2018, UT made a significant breakthrough by introducing online proctored examinations that allow students to take online examinations at remote locations of their choice. UT is proud to offer open educational resources which we call Suaka Universitas Terbuka. It offers free online courses available for everyone around the globe at no additional cost. Suaka Universitas Terbuka offers UT TV on YouTube, UT Radio broadcast through the internet, online enrichment materials, digital library, Guru Pintar Online, a portal for teachers throughout Indonesia which allows them to access various information about teacher trainings, teaching and learning materials to improve their educational experiences. Suaka Universitas Terbuka provides massive open online courses or MOOCs. To enrich student learning experience, UT provides TriLab and e-seminar. TriLab enables students to perform practical work simulations with their computers. Meanwhile, e-seminar is dedicated to students who are required to present the results of their studies or research virtually. To obtain information about UT, communication channels are provided for students and general public, including Halo UT is to answer courteously inbound calls from students and public seeking information about UT. Digital marketing shares information through social media to connect with current and prospective students. To support e-learning, UT provides facilities to the students such as Wi-Fi ID, a free internet service for students using Wi-Fi hotspots in public locations provided by PT Telkom. Microsoft Office 365, free software for students to help them facilitate office documentation, communications, and management tasks. Central Layanan UT or SALUT is the extension of regional offices to bring services closer to the current students and prospective students. To ensure the quality in every single aspect, UT involves both domestic and international accreditation and quality assurance institutions, including the International Organization for Standardization, National Accreditation Board, and the International Council for Distance Education, ICDE.
We know that Universitas Terbuka share this commitment, providing world-class, accessible, higher education, and we're very proud to support you.
That Universitas Terbuka has assumed a leadership role in the field of open education resources, or OER.
Pandemi COVID-19 yang melanda dunia saat ini sudah menyebar dan merata di semua daerah dan di mana-mana. Hal ini membuat kita wajib beradaptasi dalam menerapkan kebiasaan hidup baru. Ingat dan biasakan perilaku hidup bersih agar bisa beraktivitas normal dan terhindar dari penyebaran COVID-19. Hal penting yang perlu dilakukan sebelum keluar rumah. Pastikan kondisi tubuh fit saat keluar rumah. Jika kondisi tidak sehat, maka istirahat sampai pulih. Menggunakan masker dan mencuci tangan saat masuk ruangan. Lakukan pengukuran suhu saat memasuki tempat tertentu. Upayakan tidak sering menyentuh fasilitas atau peralatan yang dipakai bersama di area kerja. Jika terpaksa, gunakan hand sanitizer setelahnya. Wajib menjaga jarak. Minimal 1 meter untuk menghindari droplet, 5 meter saat berjalan, 10 meter saat berlari, dan 20 meter saat bersepeda. Berolahraga rutin dan mengkonsumsi makanan bergizi. usahakan bertransaksi uang elektronik. Mandiri, membawa alat ibadah sendiri. Maksimalkan pembagian sistem dan shift kerja. Setelah pulang bekerja atau bepergian, bersihkan diri dan mandi menggunakan sabun. Jangan langsung bersantai atau bersentuhan dengan anggota keluarga lainnya. Selain itu, sebaiknya tetap memakai masker di dalam rumah. Adaptasi kebiasaan baru wajib diterapkan dan dibiasakan untuk terhindar dari COVID dan memutus mata rantai COVID-19. Jadi, mari kita lakukan pola hidup bersih mulai dari diri kita.
The Honorable Rector of Universitas Terbuka Indonesia, Professor Ojat Darajat, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Law, Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Terbuka Indonesia, Dr. Sofian Arifin, the Honorable Panel Presenters, Dr. Normah Mustafa from Center for Research in Media and Communication, Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, Universiti Kebangsaan, Malaysia, Professor Dr. Alexander G. Flor, Professor and Dean at Faculty of Information and Communication Studies, University of the Philippines Open University, Dr. Sediyaningsih, Head of Department of Communication Studies, Universitas Terbuka Indonesia, Mr. Agung Suprio, the Chairman of Indonesian Broadcasting Commission, Mr. Ardi, sutedja, Founder of Indonesia Cybersecurity Forum, Ms. Majida, the Conference Committee Chairman. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, selamat datang. Welcome to the third Open Society Conference 2021 conducted by Faculty of Law, Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Terbuka, Indonesia. My name is Ayubi Chakradiwati, and I feel very honored to be the host on this beautiful morning. And I'm also very excited to be along with you all here until the end of the conference. We would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you. Although this year we're not able to see each other in person, but we do hope you are not less motivated to keep up with us today until the end of the event. It is such a great opportunity for all of us to interact and network with peers and colleagues across the globe today. Therefore, we truly, truly appreciate you taking the time of your busy schedules to join us here. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start our conference, please allow me to inform you our agendas today. First, the opening ceremony, which includes the singing of Indonesian national anthem and the hymn of Universitas Terbuka. Following to that is the opening prayer, report from the committee chairman, and then welcome remarks. And next to that, we will have panel discussion session 1, parallel discussion session 2, and we will have lunch break. And after that, we will continue the parallel and panel discussion session. And to the end to that, we have closing remarks. And of course, last but not least, the moment which everyone is keen to wait for, the announcement of Best Paper and Best Presenter Award winners. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, now we kindly request you all to stand up shortly as we are going to sing Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya.
Indonesia tanah air,
You may have a seat, thank you. Next, let us listen to the hymn of Universitas Terbuka, Indonesia. Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, believe me, today is going to be a fruitful and productive day for us all. However, to embark a smooth and successful day, we all need to be sure that our day is blessed by God Almighty. For that purpose, we invite Mr. Rahmat Hidayat to lead the prayers. Mr. Rahmat Hidayat, the time is yours.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, all praise be unto thee, the cherisher and sustainer of the world, master of the day of the judgment. Thee do we worship, and thee do we seek. O God, show us the straight path, the path of those upon whom thou hast bestowed thy grace, not the path of those who have evoked wrath, and not the path of those who go astray. O God, show us the straight thing appears to be right, so we can follow it, and show us the wrong thing appears to be wrong, so we can avoid it. And God, please bless us all. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Mr. Rahmat Hidayat, for the beautiful prayers. Next to our agenda, let us hear the report delivered by the conference committee chairman, Ms. Majida.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished Speaker, Dr. Normah Mustafa, Associate Professor of Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, Dr. Alexander G. Flor, Professor and Dean of the Faculty of Information and Communication Studies, UPOU Philippines, Dr. Sri Sediyaningsih, M.Si, Associate Professor, Departement of Communication Studies, Universitas Terbuka, Mr. Agung Suprio, M.Ip, Chairman of Indonesian Broadcasting Commission, Mr. Ardi Sutedja, Founder of Indonesia Cyber Security Forum, Director of Indonesia Terbuka, Profesor Ojat Darojat, M.Bus PhD, Dr. Sofyan Arifin, M.Si, Dean of Faculty of Law, Social and Political Science, Universitas Terbuka, Deputy Dean and Lecturer at the Faculty of Law, Social and Political Science, Universitas Terbuka, dear participant of the seminar. Peace, God, mercy, and blessing be upon you. The theme of the third Open Society and Conference is Digital Communication and Information Ecosystem in Pandemic and Post-Pandemic Era, Opportunities and Challenges. This conference is organized by the Faculty of Law, Social and Political Science, Universitas Terbuka. It is an effort to explore the opportunities and challenges in digital communication and information ecosystem in pandemic and post-pandemic. This time is not only expected to bring great opportunities, but pose many challenges for the community in facing COVID-19 pandemic and post-pandemic era. This conference, therefore, is the form of our manifestation of responsibility as academic community as well. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, this conference is the continuation of the previous conference, which were scheduled as an annual international conference held by FISIP UT. Unfortunately, we missed one conference in 2020. The conference theme was raised to uncover to the opportunities and challenges in pandemic and post-pandemic era to digital communication and information ecosystem. For this reason, this year's OSC agenda focuses on 6 subthemes, namely first, language, social and cultural adaptation, second, law transformation, third, media and digital information literacy, 4, creative and strategic communication, 5, artificial intelligence in administration and taxation, and 6, public service transportation. In order to draw ideas and talk on effort to explore opportunities and challenges in digital communication and information ecosystem in pandemic and post-pandemic, we invite the participation of the conference guest speakers, academic, researchers, and practitioners from various scientific and institutional backgrounds. The institutions are from Universitas Terbuka, Airlangga University, Universitas Brawijaya, IAIN Salatiga, UIN Alauddin Makassar, Mula Warman University, Universitas Bina Nusantara, ARS University, Universitas Dr. Sutomo, University of Sangga Buana, Universitas Informatika dan Bisnis Indonesia, Universitas Islam Nusantara, Universitas 45 Mataram, Mulia University, Universitas Sahya Kirti Palembang, Universitas Sains Al-Quran, STIH Jenderal Sudirman Lumajang, BPSDMP Jakarta, and SMK Negeri 3 Malang. We hope this OSC program book can provide information about the activities and material presented in this conference. Finally, we express our highest appreciation and gratitude to all committee members and other parties who have contributed their talk, time, and contribution for this conference. We also hope that this third OSC International Conference can give benefit and contribution to digital communication and information ecosystem in pandemic and post-pandemic era. And on behalf of the organizing committee, I would also like to apologize for any inconvenience that you might experience during this conference. I hope you enjoy this conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, stay safe and stay healthy.
Thank you, Ms. Majida. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, we would like now to invite Dean of Faculty of Law, Social and Political Sciences to deliver his opening remarks, Dr. Sofyan Arifin.
Honorable speakers, Dr. Normah Mustafa from Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, Dr. Alexander G. Flor from University of the Philippines Open University, Dr. Sediyaningsih, Master of Science from Universitas Terbuka Indonesia, Mr. Agung Suprio, Komisi Penyiaran Indonesia or KPI Pusat, Mr. Ardi sutedja from Indonesia Cyber Security Forum, the Rector of Universitas Terbuka, Professor Ojat Darajat M.Bus PhD, and staff. Organizing Committee, College, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May the peace and blessing of Allah be upon you. First and foremost, I would like to praise and thank God, the Almighty, for His blessing to make the Third Open Society Conference, or OSC, happen. I am pleased to welcome you to the annual conference held by the Faculty of Law, Social and Political Science, and the Digital Communication and Information Ecosystem and the pandemic and post-pandemic era, opportunities and challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of the conference, adopted by the biology theme ecosystem, which means a community of living organisms interacting as system with the non-living components of their environment. The theme includes interaction, collaboration, scalability, competition, and sustainability. From the meaning, I try to associate it with Universitas Terbuka as a distant higher education institution that has built a digital learning ecosystem for years. In this digital ecosystem, students, lecturers, and staff interact through internet and electronic devices. Universitas Terbuka collaborates with more and various partners adapted to change by editing digital academic and administration services, provides uniqueness and excellence to compete with others, commit to sustainable in maintaining and developing and digital learning ecosystem in various situations, even during pandemics. I appreciate the effort to organize a conference virtually. We know that the pandemic forced us to carry out many activities at home. However, we are all obliged to maintain productivity and adaptation to maintaining healthy by complying with health protocols. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope by joining this conference virtually, you will get as much knowledge as possible from the experts coming from national and international institutions. I also hope that the conference provides a platform to change ideas, knowledge, and best practice about digital communication and information ecosystem in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. I would like to convey my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee who has done a great job in hosting the international conference and ensuring that it proceeded smoothly. The conference was very well organized. May Allah blessing you and reward you with goodness. I hope you enjoy the conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you and stay healthy.
Thank you, Dr. Arifin, for your warm speech. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my deep pleasure to introduce and invite our beloved Rector of Universitas Terbuka to deliver his speech, His Excellency Professor Ojat Darajat.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished speakers, Dr. Normah Mustafa, Associate Professor, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, Dr. Alexander Flor, Professor and Dean of the Faculty of Information and Communication Studies, UPOU Philippines, Dr. Sediyaningsih, M.Si, Associate Professor, Department of Communication Studies, Universitas Terbuka, Mr. Agung Suprio, the Chairman of Indonesian Broadcasting Commissions, Mr. Ardi Sutedja, the Founder of Indonesia Cyber Security Forum, Dr. Sofyan Arifin, M.Si, the Dean of Faculty of Law, Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Terbuka, Deputy Deans and Lecturers at the Faculty of Law, Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Terbuka. Dear participants of the seminar, peace, God's mercy, and blessing be upon you. First of all, I would like to invite all of you to thank God, the Almighty, for His blessings, so that today we can meet and gather virtually in good health to attend and participate in the third Open Society Conference, organized by the Faculty of Law, Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Terbuka. The theme of the present conference would be Digital Communications and Information Ecosystem in the Pandemic and Post-Pandemic Era, Opportunities and Challenges. On behalf of Universitas Terbuka, I would like to express my highest gratitude and appreciation to the speakers from Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, UPOU Philippines, Universitas Terbuka, Broadcasting Commissions of Indonesia, and the Indonesia Cyber Security Forum, who have been willing to be speakers in this conference. Hopefully, the knowledge you share will benefit all of us, both academics and the wider community in general. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has caused a mega disruptions in the people's lives all over the world. Not only the education sector, the pandemic also affects other sectors such as the economy, social, and cultural ones. The COVID-19 pandemic has also changed our lifestyle, especially people in Southeast Asia regions, so that they have to be able to adapt and live side by side with COVID-19. In Indonesia, we call it as living in adapted lifestyle in the new normal era. The pandemic has also had a tremendous impact on the digital communication and information ecosystem. The use of information and communication technology, ICT, is increasingly being used in various forms and various occasions. This would be an opportunity as well as a challenge for all of us. Various ICT platforms should be utilized and used wisely. This poses a challenge because information and communications media, such as social media, are sometimes a double-edged sword. On the one hand, social media makes it easier for us to interact and disseminate informations quickly. But on the other hand, another challenge arises: how we are able to filter that the disseminated informations is good and correct and has educational values to the public, not the hazardous ones. It is then necessary to create a healthy digital communications and information ecosystem. For example, in Indonesia, we have a law on information and electronic transactions, which provide legal guidelines on how digital communications and information media should be used. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has been a blessing in disguise for the Open University. The existence of the Open University has been increasingly recognized since the pandemic hit in Indonesia. Open and distant higher education implemented by UT is increasingly in demand by the public. The pandemic conditions that limit face-to-face learning activities make us also work hard to improve ourselves. In response to the increased demand of society during the pandemic, we also launched various innovations. Academic services such as tutorials through the internet network known as web-based tutorial or TWEB as a substitute for face-to-face tutorials, and the implementation of take-home exam as a substitute for in-class semester final exams are the example of the adaptations we are doing in the current pandemic era, so that academic quality and authority at the Open University can be maintained. The academic quality of graduate is one of our concerns. This is what we make the public still trust the Open University since in 1984 until now. The accumulative number of alumni of the Open University that reaches 1.8 million in 2021 is an evidence. Meanwhile, more than 480,000 students are active as at Universitas Terbuka. We serve not only those who live in Indonesia, but also Indonesian citizens who live overseas in more than 46 countries, including in Asia countries such as Malaysia, South Korea, Hong Kong, Singapore, Taiwan, Japan, and some European countries, even to several countries in Africa. We also see the urgency for the development of the digital ecosystem, especially in distant learning. This includes helping other universities in developing grand design for online learning, setting up a learning management system, LMS, and providing free access to the digital learning materials for both lecturers and students. We also actively provide training to the other university partners in terms of developing independent teaching materials, increasing digital literacy, and helping them to design information technology architecture. It is also important to note that in a consortium, UT, in collaboration with several leading universities in Indonesia, have developed a marketing gallery for online courses in the Indonesian Cyber Institute. Finally, I congratulate you on joining the third Open Society Conference. Hopefully, the result of the conference will bring many benefits in the development of science for a better life, not only during the pandemic, but also later after the COVID-19 pandemic has passed. Wallahu muwafiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Summa assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Ojat Darajat. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us now start the first panel discussion session, which will be led by Mr. Daniel Pasaribu as the moderator. Mr. Daniel, the time is yours.
Thank you, IUB. Dear participants, colleagues, and distinguished speakers, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to all of you. My name is Daniel Pasaribu, and I'm going to lead this panel discussions. I'm so delighted to welcome all of you on this Open Society Conference 2021, organized by Universitas Terbuka, with the theme Digital Communication and Information's Ecosystem in the Pandemic and Post-Pandemic Era, Opportunities and Challenges. Dear participants and colleagues, before we start our panel discussions, I would like to deliver important message to you. The first, you are allowed to ask questions on chat box only. So please do not raise your hand. The second, this Open Society Conference is also broadcasted live on Universitas Terbuka TV channel on YouTube. Dear participants, colleagues, and distinguished speakers, the use of digital communications and informations brings substantial impacts on how the society lives. The migration to digital technologies driven by pandemic creates opportunity for exploring new ways to cope up with the problem in the pandemic era and even after the pandemic. Therefore, it is important to explore the opportunities and challenges of this digital communication and information during this pandemic and after the pandemic. Dear participants and colleagues, before I turn the floor to our distinguished speakers today, it is very important for me to read the achievements and accomplishments of our distinguished speakers. The first speaker is Professor Dr. Alexander G. Flor. Professor Alexander G. Flor is currently a professor and also a Dean of the Faculty of Information and Communication Studies of the University of the Philippines Open University. He currently holds a M.Ip professional chair in knowledge management, or KM4D, for teaching and research. He also served as chair of the Commissions on Higher Education's Technical Committee on Alternative Learning Systems in 2010 to 2014. He was a chancellor for Research and Development, or R&D, of the UP Open University from 2002 to 2004, and also the founding program manager of the ASIMU and SIRCHA Knowledge Management Program in 1998 to 2002. He has worked with the University of the Philippines since 1976 and has served as technical advisor in 18 countries under official development assistance missions. It is also important to know the accomplishments of Professor Dr. Alexander G. Flor. He also wrote a book. He also wrote books with Indonesian professor. He wrote a book with the title Introductions to Development Communications. He wrote this book together with Professor Dr. Juara Lubis of Institut Pertanian Bogor, Indonesia. And the second book is Environmental Communications. He wrote this book together with Professor Dr. Hafid Changra of Universitas Hasanuddin, also from Indonesia. The second distinguished speaker is Dr. Normah Mustafa. Dr. Normah Mustafa, she is an associate professor from School of Media and Communication Studies, Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanity, Universiti Kebangsaan, Malaysia. She graduated from Cardiff, United Kingdom, and she is now editor-in-chief on Journal Komunikasi, Malaysian Journal of Communications. It is a Scopus Index, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia. And for your informations, you know that she is also she has a current research area or topics on shaping the future of media and informations literacy for Malaysian society, and also the typology of fake news. She also actively published her article on the Scopus Index publications, and also very active on research and publications. So that are the impressive profile of our distinguished speakers. So, dear participants and colleagues, now we start our presentations of our speakers, and for this time, I would like to turn the floor to Professor Dr. Alexander G. Flor. Professor Dr. Alexander G. Flor, the floor is yours.
Banyak terima kasih, Pak Daniel. I will wait while this presentation of mine loads. I think it needs a certain amount of time to load. Okay, now let me say at the onset that I was using the virtual background supplied to me earlier, but it played some tricks in my my form, particularly my hair. And also I was being messaged by the secretariat, but unfortunately my chat was not active, or it's not in active mode. Okay, now let's give this a little time. Okay, now everything is fine. His Excellency Professor Dr. Ojat Darojat, the Rector of Universitas Terbuka, Dr. Sofjan Arifin, Dean of the Faculty of Law, Universitas Terbuka, my fellow plenary speakers, distinguished guests, my dear brothers and sisters, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. What I will speak of this morning has the title, which is actually the theme of the third Open Society Conference, Digital Communication and Information Ecosystem in the Pandemic and Post-Pandemic Era, Opportunities and Challenges. Okay. And this, I believe, my dear brothers and sisters, is very critical at this point in time. I come from the Faculty of Information and Communication Studies of the University of the Philippines, Open University, and I would like to talk to you first about where I come from, literally and figuratively. This is a not very clear seal, low resolution photo of the seal of the UP Open University. Now, many of you would be aware that the University of the Philippines was established by the Americans when we were still a colony of the United States in 1908. And it was established under the so-called land grant system, like most state universities in the US. And ours was based in a university town called Los Baños, which is 60 kilometers south of Manila. Well, the UP Open University is the fifth constituent campus of the University of the Philippines. The University of the Philippines has 8 campuses. Ours was the fifth established campus. And it is called the Cyber Campus because early on, we adopted online learning. This would be as early as 2007, 2008, or maybe I would imagine that would be much, much earlier than that. I think that would be around 2002. My apologies. We seamlessly and effortlessly transitioned to the new normal. in the manner that our rector, Professor Dr. Ojat Darojat, described, the same manner as UTE did. 100% of our courses have been offered online for the past, that would be 20 years. And the Faculty of Information and Communication Studies has adopted a unique perspective on information and communication. This is quite different from how other universities and colleges here in the Philippines as well as abroad have recognized information and communication studies. For instance, I would imagine that in the universities in Indonesia, computer science is offered by a different faculty than, let's say, communication science. Communication science would be under perhaps mass communication, and information science would ordinarily be offered by the College of Engineering or the Faculty of Engineering. In our case, we offer both information science, computer science, communication science under one roof, which we call the Faculty of Information and Communication Studies. So we established this faculty, and it is founded on a number of things. First, we believe on the essential nature of information. We believe that information negates what we call entropy, the tendency for any system to degenerate, the tendency for chaos in any organization, any society, any social system. We believe that information is negentropic. Now, this, of course, did not originate from us. This construct was introduced by Norbert Wiener, the father of cybernetics, way maybe around, let's say, 80 years ago, right? We also believe on the essential nature of information in the way that it constructs our ontological realities. And I would like to explain this concept a little later. Thirdly, we look at communication as a pan-discipline. It is a discipline that encompasses other disciplines, including law, including nursing or medicine, including political science and others. Perhaps it's a little known fact that the term social distance or social distancing comes from the communication discipline. It was actually introduced by an architect who turned communication scientist. His name is Edward Hall. He founded the communication discipline known as proxemics, or communicating via distance. And according to him, there are 4 types of distances. One is intimate distance, that's 6 inches and less from your body. And then there's personal distance, and there's social distance and public distance. Social distance is exactly what the epidemiologists are now saying, the distance that we should maintain between others. Okay? And that comes from the communication discipline, for the record. We also believe in autopoiesis, or the ability for any organism to renew itself through communication or through cognition. This is a picture of our campus. Now, let me try to explain this by naming a couple of trends. Firstly, you would know what this is, right? It is a part of the cluster of services that make up the IBM Summit. The IBM Summit is the most powerful supercomputer in the entire world. All these servers, all these elements could fit an entire ball field, they say. That's how big the IBM Summit or supercomputer is. You could fit all of these servers inside a gymnasium. Okay. Now, this one is the Google Sycamore. This is a quantum computer. You would see the size of the Google Sycamore as, well, the size of a two-door refrigerator. It has the same size as a two-door refrigerator. Compare it to the supercomputer IBM Summit. So the supercomputer versus the quantum computer. The quantum computer is based on a different computing system altogether, quantum bits, they call it, or qubits, while conventional computers, even supercomputers, make use of bits, kilobytes or bytes, kilobytes, megabytes, gigabytes, etc. We count qubits in quantum computers. It makes use of two fundamental concepts in quantum physics. First one is superpositioning, meaning you actually could be in two places at any one time. Under quantum physics, you transcend the time-space continuum. Also, there is this principle of entanglement. Doing this, you could do so many operations in the quantum computer within such a small space, okay, a quantum space. Now, there was an event a few months prior to the pandemic that I think should be we should take a look at this with a very critical eye, all of us who are involved in information and communication. Okay. And I'm referring to the so-called quantum supremacy, when it was proven that the summit, the supercomputer, was outperformed by the quantum computer, the Sycamore. It was proven in an article or a paper that came in the journal Nature, it's the Springer Nature Journal, that Sycamore can outperform the Summit. And look at the ratio. A computing operation that would take the supercomputer 10,000 years to complete was accomplished by Sycamore in 200 seconds, or a little more than 3 minutes. See the ratio? Sycamore, the quantum computer, completed a computing operation in 3 minutes that would take a supercomputer, the IBM Summit, 10,000 years to complete. And what would be the implication of this, my dear brothers and sisters? First, I would like to introduce, many of you, those who are engineers and mathematicians and so on, would be familiar with the concept of peta. A peta is equivalent to 1 quadrillion. It's like 1 add 16 zeros, okay? So that is a peta. And another concept would be a float. This is floating point operations per second. If a circuit in a computer completes its route or communicates, completes its route, that would be a floating point operation. That would be similar to what's happening in our brains at the moment. One neuron would send a signal to another neuron. That would be a floating point operation when a synapse is accomplished, okay? So the Summit, this is the supercomputer, operates at 200 peta, 200 quadrillion floating point operations in 1 second, okay? That's how fast the supercomputer is. And consider that the quantum computer is millions of times faster. And also consider that the human brain operates at 1,000 petaflops, 1,000 floating peta operating floating point operations per second. Okay, So the human brain is 5 times faster than the summit. But Sycamore is so many times faster than the human brain. Consider the implications of that when a quantum computer would now operate faster, billions of times faster than the human brain. So this is our technological challenge. Then we have the pathological challenges of information and communication. We know about digital overload, distraction, dementia. We know about intrinsic bias of machine learning. We know about hacking, black, gray, and white hacking. Digital disinformation and diversion. I believe that Professor Normah will dwell on this later. We call this the democratization of disinformation, meaning everyone in a social media network could actually do disinformation campaigns. The commodification of the user, this is what Facebook and other social media platforms are doing. The weaponization of information and communication. Okay, all of this are the so-called pathological challenges of information and communication. I wouldn't dwell on this. I'm sure that you are very familiar with this also. This led a very popular journalist, Carol Cowwater of the Guardian of UK, addressing the tech giants in Silicon Valley. You know, the tech giants could be, they're known with the acronym FANG. That's Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, and Google. Okay, addressing them, Cad Walder said, "You set out to connect people in Facebook, and you are refusing to acknowledge that the same technology is now driving us apart. What you don't seem to understand is that this whole digital information ecosystem is bigger than you. It is actually bigger than any one of us." A physicist, an American physicist, John Archibald Wheeler, he is the scientist who introduced the term black hole in physicist jargon. He said this about information. According to him, reality is made up of information. Many physicists nowadays, particularly quantum physicists, believe in this, that the substance of reality is actually information. Okay, this is the implicit order. They call it the implicit order, while the explicit order is our time-space continuum. Imagine reality is made up of information. And he introduced this phrase, it, meaning matter, everything, is bit, meaning binary digit. Okay, it is bit. Imagine the implications of these, my dear brothers and sisters. And this is why our Faculty of Information and Communication Studies issued in January 2020 what we call an Information and Communication Manifesto, which reads like this: we believe in the essential nature of information and communication and the significant role these play in our evolution as a species and in the entire scheme of things. We believe that information and communication lead to cognition within living systems and thus creates, sustains, and generates life. We believe that information determines our realities and communication is a critical function among all living systems at all levels. We believe that there is more to information and communication literacy. There is more to the information and communication ecosystem than the ability to utilize them, and that literacy, information literacy, digital literacy extends to the understanding of how these shape our past, present, and future. In other words, our very existence. We believe that information and communication bring power to the user, that this power should be used responsibly and conscientiously. We believe in the moral, ethical, and productive use and application of information and communication technologies, techniques, and strategies. Thus, we declare that understanding and explaining the essential nature of information and communication and their implications on our economic, social, and cultural lives are significant academic pursuits and personal endeavors. We declare that this knowledge should be scientifically arrived at, rigorously, periodically validated, and appropriately shared. We affirm that this institution, meaning the Faculty of Information and Communication Studies, will serve as a platform for generating this knowledge through research, promoting it through instruction, and applying it through policy formulation and program planning. We've affirmed that this faculty will design and develop appropriate technology solutions and applications guided by this knowledge. Okay. And now we have this pandemic, which made us stay at home, work from home, learn from home, everything at home. And may I say that this situation may not be limited to COVID-19. Other pandemics may follow, and then we will have natural disasters as well as climate change. Given all these conditions, what will happen to us, particularly our educational system? And this was partly discussed by His Excellency Professor Dr. Ojat earlier mentioned. Now, I will show you, well, ABS-CBN is one of the media outfits in the Philippines, one of the more popular media outfits in the Philippines, and they came out with this particular news item on 20th of May 2021. Our Commission on Higher Education, the body that dictates higher education in the Philippines, has said, there is no going back. CHED adopts flexible learning as a norm. Philippine universities and colleges will no longer return to traditional face-to-face classes, as the Commission on Higher Education adopted a policy to continue flexible learning in the years to come. Bringing back face-to-face classes will expose educational stakeholders to the same risks if another pandemic comes in. It also would have wasted all the investments in technology and teacher training in retrofitting of our facilities. From now on, flexible learning will be the norm. There is no going back to traditional full-pack face-to-face classrooms. The Commission has adopted a policy that flexible learning will continue in school year 2021 and thereafter. Okay, now I will stop sharing this particular slide and then go back, if you don't mind, to my initial presentation. Okay, so please bear with me, but there are only a few slides left in this presentation. Now, may I say that we anticipated the changes in the educational landscape a couple of decades ago. The pandemic did not cause these shifts. The pandemic merely accelerated our migration, our digital migration. We also believe that many of these new arrangements will be mainstream and are here to stay, like our Commission on Higher Education. That's because of the economies and the ecologies that the digital and digital information and communication ecosystem offer. We know about the economies of scale. We know about the economies of networking, how we have our access to resources increase exponentially with the economies of networking. We know about the economies of flexibility and virtuality. They lead to ecologies of equity and inclusion. They lead to ecologies of decentralization. They lead to ecologies of flexibility, of asynchronous or self-directed learning. And virtuality leads to ecologies in cyberspace. Imagine all our learning materials could be stored in one USB disk or in the cloud. We need not have filing cabinets anymore. We need no longer have any space. There's no space requirement for learning. During the pandemic, our institutions saved on electricity, on water, on utilities, okay, on building maintenance, and so on. We also saved much from no longer braving the Manila traffic. My goodness, no longer braving the Jakarta traffic. So in the recent past, the University of the Philippines, as well as the Open University, have been talking about the University of the Future. How do we future-proof our universities against pandemics, natural disasters, and disruptions in general? And we came out with the following attributes of the University of the Future. First, the University of the Future should be universal. Okay? It should be universal. It should provide access, open access. It should be equitable. It should not be elitist. It should be inclusive. Secondly, the University of the Future should be transcendent in the same manner as His Excellency described UTE a while back as catering to Indonesian citizens outside of Indonesia. Okay? It goes beyond borders. It is global, and it is pluridisciplinary. We don't focus on one discipline alone. The disciplines also merge the way we should teach it in the University of the Future. The University of the Future should be agile. It should be fit for structural changes. Okay.
Yes, sir, Flo.
Yes, I'm about to end now. Okay.
Pardon me, you have 5 minutes left to finish
Thank
the
you very much.
presentation. Thank you.
Exactly.
Salamat.
Banyak terima kasih and maaf sekali Pak. Okay, I will wind down my presentation now. The University of the Future should be pragmatic. It should leverage knowledge to bear on what we call wicked problems. And it should be open. Okay, Universitas Terbuka is the University of the Future. Open in admissions, but we should go one step further. It should be open in educational resources. It should be open in delivery. It should be open in pedagogy. Open in curricula. It should have openness in disciplinarity as well as assessment. If you would want me to define this, then we could talk about it during the Q&A. And it should be open in terms of credentials, micro credentials or credential stacking. This is my last slide. These are the attributes of the University of the Future. This, as you know, is the logo for the open access movement, open educational resources. This is the coat of arms of the UK Open University. The University of Michigan at the US also has its own open university, and they call it Open Michigan. Yeah. The University of Nottingham also has its open university. It's called Open Nottingham. These are the universities of the future, my dear brothers and sisters. Thank you very much. And my best wishes to all of you in this month of sacrifice. Banyak terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Flo, for the presentations, for the excellent presentations. Dear participants and colleagues, before I turn the floor to Dr. Normah, I would like to remind all of you, please unmute your audio while our distinguished speaker is presenting the material. Thank you very much. And now, dear participants and colleagues, let us hear the presentations from Dr. Normah Mustafa from Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia. Dr. Normah, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, thank you very much. And the floor is yours, Dr. Normah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Daniel Pasaribo, moderator for this session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you to the organizing committee of USC, especially to Open University, for inviting me to be one of the speakers in this conference. Special thanks to Professor Dr. Ojat Darojat, Rector of Open University, Dr. Sofian Arifin, Dean Faculty of Law, Science and Political Science, Ms. Majida, Chairman of the third OSC 2021. Actually, I'm honored to be part of this third Open University conference organized by Open University. As introduced by the moderator, I'm Dr. Normah, and currently with the Center for Research in Media and Communication, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia. And my field of expertise is in journalism and visual communication. Today, I'm going to share a topic titled Disinformation in the Information Ecosystem, Challenges During a Pandemic. Can you see my slide, everyone?
Yes.
All right. Okay. As we all aware, we live in the world where everything is connected and hooked to the internet. The popularity of the internet has enabled individuals use social media tools to connect with each other online. Many businesses use social media tools to market their products and connect with existing and potential customers. Over the years, social media has grown rapidly because of this increasing importance of networking. Social media sites such as Facebook, microblogging services, Twitter, content sharing site, YouTube, Flickr, have introduced the opportunity for large-scale online social participation. In other words, social media allow creation and exchange of user-generated content. With the rapid increase in access to internet and the subsequent growth in the population of online social media users, the quality of information posted, disseminated, and consumed via this platform is an issue of growing concern. Recently, the World Health Organization has declared COVID-19 as a pandemic that has posed a contemporary threat to humanity. This pandemic has forced global physical closure of businesses, sport activities, and schools by pushing all institutions to migrate to online platforms. A large fraction of the public turn to social media platforms for news and information regarding COVID-19 symptoms. This situation has led to the information overload, consisting of both true and false information, and it has brought on a new wave of misinformation and disinformation on social media. This is so overwhelming that the World Health Organization has identified this phenomenon as a infodemic. Given that the online information ecosystem is extremely fraught by misinformation and disinformation, and often contaminated by malicious agents spreading propaganda, identifying genuine and good quality information from this information is a challenging task for humans. There is no doubt that the advance of social media as a means of information dissemination has made communication easier. It is also made the world as a global village. But the obvious problem being observed on the social media platforms these days are the prevalence of fake news, distorted facts, hate speeches, blackmails, and others capable of plunging the society into undue crisis. Large-scale online disinformation has the potential to shift public opinion, polarize people, and can even threaten public health, democracy, and international relations. As you can see on the slide, false information and fabricated content on social media exist in different forms and go by different names. Misinformation is usually referred to erroneous or false information that is disseminated unintentionally and is often considered as an honest mistake. On the other hand, disinformation is false information propagated intentionally with some motive in mind, be it political, economic, or simply to instigate people. This information can usually be verified to be false and may also consist of true facts expressed in the wrong context in order to mislead readers. Next is fake news. Fake news is usually seen as a subset of information, a subset of disinformation, and refers to false content or propaganda published in such a way that it appears to be genuine news. Another word used in this context is hoax, means something that appears to be true, but is meant to trick or deceive people. Okay, so the last one is troll. Troll or internet troll is a bot or a human on the internet that tries to instigate and polarize people by spreading inflammatory and highly offensive content and comments. Although disinformation and fake news have been existent for the last few decades, the proliferation of social media, along with the low cost of generating and spreading content online, have made it easier for false information to be widely disseminated. Hence, disinformation and fake news now stand as a threat to public opinion and democracy. Now let's move to disinformation during COVID-19. Okay, according to senior writer Rachel Redner, the pandemic has resulted in the spread of more than 2,000 myths and conspiracy theories regarding the virus, the COVID-19. Yeah? Given a large fraction of people who seek out information on the internet, this is really alarming. The spread of misinformation and disinformation in the context of COVID-19 is threatening because it can make people lose trust in scientists, government, and can gravely undermine a coordinated response to the virus, thereby making it possible to wipe out or even control the virus. Okay, so disinformation related to COVID-19 mostly falls into three categories. Okay, the first category is health-related disinformation. The highly infectious nature of COVID-19 and the detrimental effect it has on human beings has caused a great amount of panic all across the world. And it is natural for people to be desperate, to find cures or promising preventive measures. Individuals and companies have tried to take advantage of the panic and gullibility of consumers and claim to create or discover products that cure or boost immunity against the virus. For example, there were rumors that drinking bleach, eating garlic, keeping the throat moist, avoiding spicy food, taking vitamin C, and even drinking cow's urine could prevent or cure the disease. Clorox on its website has a pop-up message warning consumers of the danger of drinking or ingesting bleach. So due to this, several groups and companies have been identified and warning have been issued against these fraudulent activities and claims that have the potential to cause great harm to the consumer. Okay, so the second category is conspiracy theories. According to a recent study by Pew Research Center, 71% of Americans have been exposed to some conspiracy theory regarding the coronavirus, and a quarter of Americans believe in one of the conspiracy. There are conspiracy theories suggesting the virus is man-made and was created by global elites for profit and power. Some conspiracy theories claim that wearing face masks can cause carbon dioxide intoxication, while some views it as an infringement of civil liberties. A large group of people believe that the virus is simply a hoax and is made up or exaggerated by the media, often for political reason. Okay, in the midst of the rapidly evolving COVID-19 situation, such conspiracy theories do nothing but fuel the panic and desperation among people who are already desperately seeking answers and explanation. In extreme cases, these conspiracy theories may even damage public trust in the coordinated response to the virus, healthcare regulation, and the process worsen the situation. So the third category is scam and frauds. Okay, the COVID-19 pandemic has had devastating effects on global economy and pushed millions of people into unemployment. Okay, so it is across all globally. Okay, government had arranged for relief, unemployment benefit, etc., to relieve citizens of some stress during such a difficult time. Unfortunately, scammers have been trying to utilize this situation to their advantage by tapping into people's despair and desperation and ultimately robbing them in the process. Okay, so that is the disinformation during COVID-19. Okay, let's now move to the challenges in detection and mitigation of disinformation. Okay, so since this information manifests in such a wide variety of forms, including different modalities such as text, fake videos, fabricated images, claims, images put out of context, it is significantly difficult, even as a human being, to understand and comprehend what classifies as disinformation, what does not. Okay, there are few challenges in detection and mitigation of disinformation. Okay, the first one is data challenge. Disinformation and fake news exist in almost all kinds of domains. Okay, now news from different domains have different style of writing and even a quite different set of vocabulary. This makes the problem of automatic disinformation detection very challenging because automatic detection model trained with data from one domain would not perform well when used to detect disinformation from another domain. Okay, that is the data challenge, the first one. Okay, next move to the second challenge, early detection and effective mitigation. Yeah, disinformation and deceptive content on social media platforms are designed and created in such a way as to affect the reader emotionally and trigger a quick response. Sensationalized headlines, clickbait images, and language have extreme sentiment are often used to get the attention of the user and get the user to engage with the post. Okay, such false posts may spread like wildfire via readers sharing and resharing the post. That is the second challenge. Okay, now the third challenge is challenges in fact-checking based approaches. Okay, researcher and practitioner in journalism domain have been using fact-checking based methods to verify claims, be written or verbal. Manual fact-checking is an extremely slow process. Okay, and requires domain experts to inspect and investigate the news article and determine its veracity. Given the huge amount of information generated and propagated online daily, it is impossible for traditional fact-checking to scale up to such a level. Okay. Furthermore, in this context, early detection becomes a challenge as by the time the veracity of the article has been determined, readers may have already propagated it to several others. Okay, that is the weaknesses of the fact-checking, the manual fact-checking. Okay, so next is the next challenge is the multi-modality approaches. Okay, so this is regarding news article and posts on social media, which is usually accompanied by image or a video related to or supporting to the text. Okay, presence of a related image or video alongside the text increases the perceived credibility of the news article or claim, even if the image is a fake or manipulated images. Highly sensationalized posts designed to shift public opinion often leverage carefully manipulated images and videos which are almost indistinguishable to the human eye. Genuine images and videos might even be taken out of context to convey a meaning not originally intended. Hence, this poses an additional challenge in disinformation detection on social media. Given that fabrication of content and hence deceit can occur in so many forms, it is difficult to design generalizable models to detect disinformation and fabricated content. And the last challenge is policy issue and fairness. This challenge is mostly unique to the task of disinformation mitigation. After successful detection of a false post on a social media platform, the next step is to decide what corrective action is to be taken. This is especially challenging from the point of view of social media platforms because of debates over the right balance between free speech and protection against false information. Censorship, and in particular social media censorship, has been an issue of international debate, and taking concrete action against online misinformation is difficult. Okay, as a conclusion, disinformation research requires a significant amount of interdisciplinary collaboration. Methods and models in computer science that deploy artificial intelligence and machine learning to detect disinformation and slow the spread of disinformation are only a small part of the solution. Such techniques need to be augmented by knowledge from other domains. A lot can be learned from domains such as social science, psychology, and social cognitive regarding how and why rational human beings fall prey to fake news and disinformation. What psychological processes trigger responses to and engagement with disinformation. Okay, although researchers have started exploring such ideas, there is a lot more left to understand and learn from, and such auxiliary knowledge from other disciplines can help in the design and development of better detection and mitigation solution. With that, thank you. Stay safe, everyone.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Normah, for an excellent presentations. Dear participants and colleagues, we have heard an excellent presentations from both of our distinguished speakers, and it is the time for us to raise the questions. And for this time, we have 3 questions. And I would like to read one question, and this question is addressed to Professor Alexander J. Flor from Dwi Kusuma. The question is, Prof. Alexander, are you still there?
Yes, I am, Pak Dani.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the question is from Dwi Kusuma. The question is, pandemic has disrupted many things, especially in the field of communications. The impact that is most felt is on the use of communication and information technology, which is no longer an option, but a necessity. How does the university prepare its graduates to be able to adapt to such rapid change? Professor.
Yes, thank you, Pak Daniel. Banyak terima kasih, Ibu Kusuma, Dwi Kusuma. We are very much aware that technology is getting better and better. Not only getting better and better, it's also getting cheaper and cheaper. With 5G technologies, many of the constraints that we have encountered in the past will be solved. The disruptions that we have experienced, okay, impact that most felt in use of communication and information technology. Yes, it is a necessity, I agree, but I believe that the world is prepared for this eventuality. The digital transformation has been ongoing even before the pandemic. And as I said earlier, the pandemic merely accelerated this digital transformation. How does the university prepare its graduates to be able to adapt to such rapid changes? There's another question that I answered on the chat box regarding, the construct that information and communication technologies are actually leading to the industrialization of education. And I just wanted to clarify that the industrialization of education did not begin with the information age. It began with the industrial age, when classrooms were formed. It's like pupils and students are put on an assembly line that would lead to higher and higher levels of education. That began during the Industrial Revolution, not the Information Revolution. Okay. As a matter of fact, nowadays, we need to go back to our original assumptions regarding education. Education, the openness, the universality, the inclusion of education. Nowadays, we need to go back in order to succeed in open and distant learning. It is not just a matter of migrating to a learning management system or converting your existing modules for online learning. It's not just a matter of that. We also need to adopt the open educational philosophy, the truly, genuinely learner-centered strategies or philosophies. The decisions on learning should be made by the learner himself or herself. It is a matter of discovery for the learner. Okay? It should not be in the similar to cases in brick or mortar institutions or residential campuses, or the instructional design concept where the instructor dictates what happens within a classroom. It should be the learner that should take the initiative in order for this to work. And information and communication technologies are enabling us to do so. Okay, I hope I answered your question, Ibu Dwi.
Okay, thank you, Professor Flo, and I hope that the question is already answered very clearly by Professor Flo for Ibu Dwi. And the second question is for Dr. Normah Mustafa. And this question is from Anandita Mega. The question is, what policies can the government do and what can the public do to anticipate false information? So this is about the false information, Dr. Normah.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Thank you, Anandita Mega, for the question. So the question is, what policies can the government do? I believe that every country have their own policy regarding this false information, and it is all depends on us as the user to be, to support those policies, because after all, if we have so many policies implemented, then yet we can't even follow which policy that we want to follow, because and it is end up policy as policy, okay, because when government introduce any new policies regarding any new issues. So for example, this false information. So as a citizen, we need to follow whatever being implement or being introduced to us. Okay. So as for this false information, I believe that as we as the educated people should have this literacy. I mean the media literacy in ourselves. We should have this censorship on us. Be in ourselves, or it is external policies. This is all back to us, as whatever we want to share, we actually must think first before we share. I know there is the flexibility of the internet where we can easily share, but we as a user must protect ourselves in sharing that false information. So I believe that we cannot say that whenever there is a new issue, should be a new policy. Okay, so it is all in this kind of connected world. So it is all depend on us. Okay, so what policies can the government do is all depends on the society itself. Okay, so I believe for Indonesia, they have also the policy as in Malaysia and also the Philippines. I believe that you guys have the same policies in preventing this false information. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Normah, for the answers. And now I'm going to read the third questions. This question is addressed for Professor Alexander G. Flo. The question is from Sri Wahyu from Universitas Terbuka, of course. The question is, what do you think that information technology in the current industrial revolution era has a bad impact on somehow the relationship between human emotions, especially the tendency of industrializations of education compared to face-to-face conventional educations. So this is the question for Professor Alexander Flo.
Yes, thank you very much, Pak Daniel, Ibu Wahyu. I actually answered that question on our chat box. So I will just read to you the answer. I mentioned it earlier. The industrialization of education did not begin because of information and communication technologies. It began during the Industrial Revolution when classrooms served as assembly lines for pupils and students from one educational level to another. Information and communication technology. So the information revolution actually enables us to go back to open educational arrangements that characterized education prior to the industrial revolution. And I'm referring to things such as mentoring, mentoring, having this personal relationship with your student. This could be done even at a distance with the Zoom, or even your use of your WhatsApp or your Facebook Messenger or other messaging platforms. I believe that many of the information and communication technologies available to us are actually liberating. They're actually liberating. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Flo. And the next question is for Dr. Normah. The question is from Ardianto. As academicians, I think, academicians, what can we do to make the digital literacy movement success to fight the spread of disinformations in Indonesia? Well, this is for Indonesia, but it's okay. You're allowed to answer the question, Dr. Normah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ardianto. Regarding this question, I believe that literacy, digital literacy, can be inculcated in terms of secondary school or even in the tertiary level. I mean, there is must have a syllabus called kind of media literacy, digital literacy, or information literacy. Teach in the some of the courses delivered in the university. Okay, I believe we must expose all users from early childhood to grown up this digital literacy. Okay, so I suggest that this the digital literacy or media literacy introduced in several courses, especially in media and communication faculty. All right.
Thank you, Dr. Normah, for the answer. So I hope that the answer is clearly understood for Adrianto. And now is the questions for Professor Alexander G. Flo from Agus Rianto. Agus Rianto is from Universitas Terbuka, Prof. The question is, pandemic also disclosed one important thing, that in education sector, the poor has difficulties in accessing learning materials and support from the learning institutions. Can you share your experience in dealing with these issues in your respective country? I think maybe in Philippines.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak Daniel. Thank you, Pak Agus. Well, the Philippines is experiencing the same, encountering the same problems with regard to basic education. I myself, I find it difficult to endorse distance learning or digital or online learning for basic education. I think it's appropriate for higher education, but not for not for basic education. I don't think distance learning or online learning is also applicable, that much applicable to technical and vocational education and training. Not to Tibet, not for basic education. For higher education, it's very much appropriate. Yes, from tertiary upwards to graduate school. Yes, the problem regarding poverty. You know, Indonesia has been a pioneer among us neighbors here in the ASEAN in the provision of information and communication technology services to its citizens, to its people. Indonesia was the first country to have a satellite, to launch a satellite. And it was the first ASEAN country, perhaps even Asian country, to establish an open university, okay, as well as open learning in its high school, M.Ip Terbuka. These are innovations. And we would note that in all of these initiatives, there was really an attempt to democratize education, to make it inclusive, in spite of the poverty that we may be experiencing in our nations. There is always an attempt for inclusivity or for inclusion. As I said, in the technological front, technologies are getting better and better. They're getting cheaper and cheaper. They're getting microchips are getting smaller and smaller, and we get more and more functionalities. Almost everyone I know, or actually everyone I know in Indonesia, have one or two phones, Android phones, to the iPhone. When I was there in 2010, I got an assignment in Indonesia for a year. Everyone I approached had BlackBerry or had BlackBerry Messenger addresses. I would think that this is, among the least of your problems in the moment. We would have more issues here in the Philippines. But the target is inclusion, inclusivity, openness, and making more opportunities, digital opportunities available to the poor, particularly when it comes to education. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Flo. I hope that the answer is very clear. And now we go to the next questions from Nela Widyastuti. This question is for Dr. Normah Mustafa. Nela Widyastuti is from ARS University. The question is, currently we are flooded with informations on the internet. Do you think that those information make people smarter? Dr. Normah, please.
The answer is all depends on the user. Okay, so the information is there. You are the one who choose the information. If you think that the information is bringing you something benefit, then it is good for you for you to share with others. Okay, so in this situation with the flooded of information on the internet, I believe that yes, people are being not to say smarter, but smarter in terms of on how do you really use that particular information. Okay, so with a click of your fingers, the information is there. It's already there for you to just pick and choose whatever suit your needs. Okay, so the smarter person will definitely choose the information that will gain or help them most, either in their works, either in their study or in any leisure time. Okay, so the answer for this question to Nela Vidya Stuti, it's all depend on you. That's why I asked. I said before that media literacy is very important to be introduced to user early from the beginning until to the end. I mean, to once they grow up. Okay, so it is all depend on you as the user. Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Normah. We do not have any questions anymore. So before we close this discussion panel, because after this we are going to enter to the parallel sessions of the presentation from the presenter of participants. So before I close this discussion panel, I would like our distinguished speaker to have such a the closing statement. So I would like to begin from Professor Alexander G. Flor to have the closing statement. Professor Flor,
yes,
floor is
thank
yours.
you. Yeah, thank you, Daniel. My dear brothers and sisters, we are now in a very critical period in our personal as well as professional lives. The pandemic, as I said, triggered it, but it also, as you know, there's a Chinese proverb that says, for every crisis, there's an opportunity. The Chinese characters for crisis is also the character for opportunity. And those of us engaged in digital information and communication, we have to appreciate its significance not only in our professions but also in our daily lives. As Ibu Normah has said or has manifested, this could even determine our realities. The way information and communication is being used in the American political scene, for instance, they change realities with social media. They change truths. We should be very vigilant with regard to that. With information and communication, there is a lot of power, and as they say, power demands responsibility. Okay? So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Flo. Now I give the turn. Now it's Dr. Normah turns. Dr. Normah, you mute your audio, so
Sorry,
please. Okay.
Sorry. For a last remark from me, I think that let us together fight this disinformation on COVID-19 by not sharing any unverified information to others. Together we can. Okay, so that's all from me.
Thank you, Dr. Normah. Dear participants and colleagues, we have heard the presentation and also answer from both of our excellent distinguished speakers, Professor Alexander G. Flor from Philippines, and also for Dr. Normah Mustafa from Malaysia. A lot of things that we already, got from this discussions panel, about the experience from the Philippines, how to solve the problem, for example, in the case of Philippines, and also false informations, industrial revolutions, and also media literacy. So we have heard a lot of explanations from our distinguished speakers, and I do hope that we can continue exploring a lot of opportunity and challenges, of digital informations and technology, not only on this pandemic or situations, but afterwards. So before I close this panel, I would like to thank to dear colleague, participants, and distinguished speakers for your attentions and making this panel discussions successful. And I apologize for any mistake during these panel discussions. Thank you very much for your attentions, and see you on next Open Society conference. And I turn the floor to Ms. Ayubi. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daniel. It was one fruitful discussion you led. Congratulations. And Professor Flor and Dr. Normah, thank you very much for being here with us today. We're so happy to have you all here today, and I'm sure everyone has taken some advantageous insights from it. Thank you very much. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is now the time for the first parallel discussion session. The parallel discussion session will last for approximately 3.5 hours, including 1 hour of lunch break from 12 to 1 p.m. So, for all the paper presenters, you may now enter your respective parallel session room. You may see a pop-up notification and invitation from our administrator in front of your screen right now. And please click the join, and you may enter your respective room too. And if you don't find any pop-up notification right now, please see on your Zoom application screen. And down there, you may see the breakout room icon. Please click onto that, and you will see which room you want to join. So please just keep according to your own schedules. Please click the join, and you can get into your own room. Once again, for all the paper presenters, you may now enter your respective parallel session room. And please come back to this main room at past 5 minutes, 2 p.m. Okay? Please come back to this main room at past 5 minutes, 2 p.m. Jakarta time, of course. Don't forget, everyone. And for other distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have a few hours break now while the others are waiting and having their parallel discussion. So we would also like to remind all of you to please convene back here for the exciting second panel discussion session and the closing of the conference that will start at 5 minutes past 2 p.m. Jakarta time. Once again, please, I invite you all to convene back here at 5 minutes past 2 p.m. Jakarta time. Please keep up with us, and see you in 3.5 hours.
At Universitas Terbuka, tradition and innovation go hand in hand. As the first distance education institution in Indonesia, Universitas Terbuka was established to provide access to higher education for all Indonesians living across the country. Financial and geographical issues, as well as infrastructure challenges, were among the background to establish a massive open education system. Development of higher quality and more efficient infrastructure has significantly driven Universitas Terbuka to move forward. The development of user-friendly technology and the spread of mobile technology in rural areas have made a dramatic impact on the features of services and the characteristics of students. Having been promoted as the Cyber University of Indonesia, Universitas Terbuka has entered the new era of Industrial Revolution 4.0 by increasing the quality of learning services, infrastructures, and human resources. In doing so, Universitas Terbuka fosters and maintains effective strategic partnerships with domestic and foreign institutions. As a pioneer of distance learning in Indonesia, Universitas Terbuka was appointed to lead the establishment of the Indonesia Institute of Cyber Education, or ICE Institute. This institution is a regulatory agency to set standards in the distance learning. Recent improvements were carried out to provide meaningful learning services and opportunities, which include year-round registration system, pre-seasonal programs, learning clinic, modern curriculum design, enriched learning materials, interactive digital learning materials, guided e-learning that includes online tutorials, web-based tutorials, e-lecturing and e-seminar, online examination and online proctoring, employability skills training, and improve quality assurance system. The main goal of the initiative is to improve student academic performance. Universitas Terbuka believes that constant regulatory and technological changes have created an increased focus on effective governance and quality. External reviewers and auditors, including the International Council for Open and Distance Education, ICDE, are frequently invited to provide an independent and high level of rigorous scrutiny to all aspects. In addition, through continuous research and innovation, on its way to advocate for the global open education movement, Universitas Terbuka will become a globally respected open distance learning institution. At Universitas Terbuka, Tradition and innovation go hand in hand. As the first distance education institution in Indonesia, Universitas Terbuka was established to provide access to higher education for all Indonesians living across the country. Financial and geographical issues, as well as infrastructure challenges, were among the background to establish a massive open education system. Development of higher quality and more efficient infrastructure has significantly driven Universitas Terbuka to move forward. The development of user-friendly technology and the spread of mobile technology in rural areas have made a dramatic impact on the features of services and the characteristics of students. Having been promoted as the Cyber University of Indonesia, Universitas Terbuka has entered the new era of Industrial Revolution 4.0 by increasing the quality of learning services, infrastructures, and human resources. In doing so, Universitas Terbuka fosters and maintains effective strategic partnerships with domestic and foreign institutions. As a pioneer of distance learning in Indonesia, Universitas Terbuka was appointed to lead the establishment of the Indonesia Institute of Cyber Education, or ICE Institute. This institution is a regulatory agency to set standards in the distance learning. Recent improvements were carried out to provide meaningful learning services and opportunities, which include year-round registration system, pre-seasonal programs, learning clinic, modern curriculum design, enriched learning materials, interactive digital learning materials, guided e-learning that includes online tutorials, web-based tutorials, e-lecturing and e-seminar, online examination and online proctoring, employability skills training, and improve quality assurance system. The main goal of the initiative is to improve student academic performance. Universitas Terbuka believes that constant regulatory and technological changes have created an increased focus on effective governance and quality. External reviewers and auditors, including the International Council for Open and Distance Education, ICDE, are frequently invited to provide an independent and high level of rigorous scrutiny to all aspects. In addition, through continuous research and innovation, on its way to advocate for the global open education movement, Universitas Terbuka will become a globally respected open distance learning institution.
datang di Universitas Terbuka. Kali ini aku akan mengajak kamu untuk virtual campus tour di Universitas Terbuka. Universitas Terbuka atau UT memiliki kantor pusat di Pondok Cabe, Tangerang Selatan, serta 39 unit program belajar jarak jauh atau UPBJJ yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Dalam rangka mendukung layanan kepada mahasiswa, berbagai sarana dan prasarana dibangun dan terus ditingkatkan kualitasnya. Ayo kita mulai. Di kantor pusat, terdapat gedung fakultas yang merupakan jantung dari pengembangan produk akademik UT. Gedung fakultas telah dilengkapi dengan sarana dan prasarana untuk mendukung kenyamanan bekerja. Terdapat 4 fakultas di Universitas Terbuka dan 1 sekolah pasca sarjana. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Sains dan Teknologi, Fakultas Hukum, Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, dan Fakultas Ekonomi, serta Sekolah Pasca Sarjana. Gedung fakultas memiliki sarana dan prasarana yang terstandar yang terdiri dari masing-masing fakultas menempati 2 lantai. 1 lantai diperuntukkan untuk ruang layanan mahasiswa, ruang konsultasi mahasiswa, ruang dekan, ruang wakil dekan, ruang kepala bagian tata usaha, ruang tenaga kependidikan, dan ruang sidang. Ruang sidang dilengkapi dengan fasilitas video conference yang digunakan untuk rapat koordinasi dengan dosen yang tersebar di UPBJJ, serta ujian sidang untuk mahasiswa pasca sarjana. Ruang dosen menempati 1 lantai yang terdiri dari ruang sidang, ruang dosen, ruang ketua jurusan, dan ruang ketua program studi. Masing-masing lantai dilengkapi dengan ruang makan, musola, dan toilet yang nyaman dan bersih. Masing-masing dosen dan tenaga kependidikan memiliki kubikel sebagai ruang kerja. Kubikel ini berukuran 2 x 1,5 meter. Setiap kubikel dilengkapi dengan komputer yang telah terinstall Microsoft 365 yang berlisensi. Untuk mendukung layanan kepada mahasiswa, Universitas Terbuka juga memiliki beberapa sarana dan prasarana pendukung sebagai berikut. Pusat Produksi Multimedia merupakan unit pelaksana teknis yang bertugas untuk memproduksi bahan ajar. Gedung ini dilengkapi dengan peralatan produksi materi-materi dalam bentuk video dan audio. Produksi materi cetak juga diproduksi di sini dengan menggunakan peralatan dan software terkini. Pusat Layanan Bahan Ajar merupakan unit pelaksana teknis yang bertugas untuk melakukan distribusi bahan ajar. Gedung ini dilengkapi sarana dan prasarana untuk menyimpan dan pengemasan bahan ajar dan bahan ujian. Pusat Layanan Pustaka atau Puslata. UPT Puslata melayani penyediaan bahan-bahan pustaka bagi mahasiswa dan dosen. Puslata mengelola penyediaan bahan-bahan pustaka baik dalam bentuk hard copy maupun koleksi digital. Koleksi digital yang dikelola melalui Perpustakaan Digital UT. Perpustakaan Digital UT menyediakan layanan akses bahan ajar melalui ruang baca virtual. Di sini juga dapat diakses berbagai sumber pembelajaran terbuka melalui Suaka UT dan sumber pustaka online lainnya seperti jurnal dan e-book. Pusat Pengujian merupakan UPT yang memiliki tugas untuk melakukan pengelolaan bahan ujian dan hasil ujian. Gedung Pusat Pengujian dilengkapi dengan sarana dan prasarana untuk melakukan pengelolaan bahan ujian. Bank Soal UT mengelola koleksi soal-soal yang digunakan untuk ujian akhir semester. Penyiapan master naskah ujian dilakukan di Bank Soal. Selanjutnya, penggandaan naskah ujian dilakukan di pusat percetakan dan kemudian didistribusikan ke seluruh Indonesia. Pusat Pengujian juga mengordinasi pelaksanaan ujian online serta pemeriksaan hasil ujian secara online. Universitas Terbuka Convention Center merupakan fasilitas yang digunakan untuk menampung pertemuan dalam jumlah besar dan pelaksanaan wisuda mahasiswa. UTCC dilengkapi fasilitas video conference yang digunakan untuk rapat koordinasi dengan UPBJJ di seluruh Indonesia. Di samping UTCC, UT juga memiliki fasilitas wisma yang digunakan sebagai akomodasi untuk kegiatan yang mengundang pihak-pihak dari luar UT, misalnya dalam rangka pengembangan bahan ajar, pengembangan bahan tutorial, dan pengembangan bahan ujian. UPBJJ sebagai ujung tombak layanan kepada mahasiswa dilengkapi dengan berbagai fasilitas berikut. 1. Ruang pelayanan mahasiswa. 2. Ruang sumber belajar yang dimanfaatkan oleh mahasiswa untuk mengakses berbagai sumber pembelajaran online. 3. Ruang kepala UPBJJ. 4. Ruang kerja dosen dan ruang kerja tenaga kependidikan. 5. Ruang sidang yang dilengkapi dengan fasilitas video conference yang digunakan untuk rapat koordinasi dan pelaksanaan ujian sidang. 6. Ruang tutorial yang disediakan untuk memfasilitasi tutorial tatap muka yang dilaksanakan di UPBJJ. Dan 7. Ruang ujian online. Gimana? Seru kan virtual kampus tour-nya? Terima kasih sudah mengunjungi Universitas Terbuka. Sampai jumpa. Universitas Terbuka, making higher education open to all.
The fast-growing demands of digital era motivates us to continue improving the potential of integrated human resources that are capable to support productivity. This vast and rapid development needs an effective and modern learning solution that can keep up with the routines of today's society. A facility that can cope with the limitations of space and time. For many people, both limitations pose as major problems in developing themselves and enhancing their career in digital era. In the end, those problems will impact their lifestyle. Universitas Terbuka is here to answer those problems by applying an open and distance learning system. A system that has proven effective in increasing the coverage and equal distribution of excellent higher education for all elements of society. Our system allows students to have a flexible and open learning method, and it offers many advantages. First one is the registration period, which is open throughout the year, so no more worry about late registration. Flexible space, time, and place. This is useful for students who still want to develop their knowledge wherever and whenever they want. Easily access printed and digital teaching materials in all corners of Indonesia and other countries. Our system gives opportunity to people from all groups and ages to learn and develop their knowledge, as well as their skills in all fields. With 39 regional offices all across Indonesia and overseas service centers, we are always ready to support operational activities and cooperations with various national and international institutions. We have numerous facilities to support student activities and learning process, from UT Radio, UT TV, learning assistance, to online library. Universitas Terbuka offers you 4 credible faculties: Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Faculty of Law, Social and Political Sciences, Faculty of Economics, and Faculty of Science and Technology. With more than 35 study programs and postgraduate programs. Universitas Terbuka, making higher education open to all.
era adaptasi kebiasaan baru, pendidikan jarak jauh bukanlah hal yang asing bagi mahasiswa UT. Mahasiswa telah terbiasa memanfaatkan teknologi sebagai alat pendukung pendidikan, terutama teknologi daring.
Di usia ke-36 tahun sejak berdiri pada tanggal 4 September 1984,
Universitas Terbuka.
Universitas Terbuka mampu beradaptasi di era kebiasaan baru. UT sebagai pionir pendidikan tinggi terbuka dan jarak jauh dituntut untuk bergerak lebih cepat dalam menghadapi perubahan yang ada. Dengan capaian jumlah mahasiswa sebanyak 300.000 lebih yang tersebar di seluruh pelosok Indonesia dan luar negeri, UT terus berinovasi dalam mengembangkan kapasitas mahasiswa, mencetak lulusan agar berkarakter dan berdaya saing global dengan memanfaatkan teknologi yang tepat guna. UT terus berusaha menjadi perguruan tinggi terdepan dalam inovasi pendidikan jarak jauh atau PJJ. UT memiliki nilai-nilai inti budaya organisasi yang merupakan pengarah tindakan seluruh pegawai UT dan pihak-pihak yang berkepentingan terhadap UT. Nilai-nilai tersebut dikenal dengan singkatan KIARA, yaitu kualitas, integritas, inovasi, aksesibilitas, relevansi, akuntabilitas. Nilai-nilai tersebut menjadi acuan dalam bekerja dan berperilaku. Saat ini, UT menyelenggarakan lebih dari 40 program studi jenjang sarjana, diploma, magister, serta program doktor ilmu manajemen atau DIM dan administrasi publik atau DAP di bawah 4 fakultas, yakni Fakultas Sains dan Teknologi, FST, Fakultas Ekonomi, FE, Fakultas Hukum, Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik atau FHISIP, dan Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan atau FKIP. Untuk membekali agar memiliki kesiapan belajar, setiap mahasiswa baru wajib mengikuti edukasi keterampilan belajar mahasiswa atau EKBM yang terdiri dari OSMB, Orientasi Studi Mahasiswa Baru, PKBJJ atau Pelatihan Keterampilan Belajar Jarak Jauh. Seiring dengan perkembangan teknologi, UT terus mengembangkan ekosistem pendidikan yang berbasis digital. Saat ini, UT sedang mengembangkan inovasi media pembelajaran modern berupa augmented dan virtual reality yang memberikan pengalaman belajar dalam dunia nyata secara virtual interaktif. Penggunaan berbagai saluran ini dilakukan untuk meningkatkan jumlah angka partisipasi kasar atau APK perguruan tinggi, meningkatkan intensitas dan kualitas interaksi secara lebih terbuka dan leluasa, meningkatkan keterlibatan mahasiswa atau student engagement dalam proses pembelajaran. Penerapan digital ekosistem dimulai dari proses registrasi yang sudah bisa dilakukan secara online, proses pembelajaran baik yang bersifat asinkronus seperti tutorial online atau tuton, maupun sinkronus dalam bentuk tutorial berbasis web atau tuweb, e-lecturing, dan video conference atau VCon, dan ujian online, serta ujian online berbasis web yang dilengkapi dengan aplikasi online proctoring yang telah diuji cobakan di 10 negara dan diimplementasi secara lebih luas pada tahun 2020. Fasilitas lain yang bisa diakses dalam digital ekosistem UT oleh mahasiswa secara online antara lain UT TV, UT Radio, Digital Library atau RBV, OPEC, dan repositori UT, GPO, jurnal online, MOOCs, latihan mandiri, dan dry lab. Selain mengembangkan digital ekosistem, UT tetap menggunakan BAC atau bahan ajar cetak sebagai bahan materi pokok untuk mahasiswa. Seiring perkembangan waktu, bahan ajar cetak mengalami berbagai perubahan, baik secara tampilan maupun materi pengayaan berupa non-cetak. Sebagai salah satu perguruan tinggi yang peduli terhadap mahasiswa berkebutuhan khusus, UT saat ini sedang mengembangkan layanan bagi mereka untuk bisa belajar sesuai dengan kebutuhannya, sehingga mereka dapat belajar, berprestasi, dan mengembangkan kompetensinya secara maksimal.
Sifat distributif perpangkatan terhadap pembagian kurung buka A dibagi B kurung tutup dikali C sama dengan A pangkat C dibagi B.
Untuk meningkatkan prestasi dan motivasi mahasiswa, UT terus melakukan kerjasama dengan berbagai mitra dalam penyediaan beasiswa atau bantuan studi yang diberikan kepada mahasiswa berprestasi dan mempunyai keterbatasan secara ekonomi. Kegiatan akademik dan non-akademik sudah dilakukan secara virtual, mulai dari kegiatan sosialisasi promosi, penjalinan kerjasama, seminar nasional dan internasional, pengganti pertemuan tatap muka, dan ujian akhir semester. Layanan akademik dan proses pembelajaran telah sesuai dengan protokol kesehatan yang direkomendasikan oleh pemerintah dan WHO. Inovasi PJJ UT menjadi rujukan perguruan tinggi lain dalam pengelolaan pembelajaran dalam jaringan. Hingga saat ini, UT telah menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai perguruan tinggi lain untuk menerapkan PJJ dalam hal pengembangan Learning Management System atau LMS, bahan ajar digital, bantuan teknis pelatihan, dan pendampingan. Selain itu, kontribusi UT untuk masyarakat dalam masa pandemi antara lain, pemberian layanan pustaka UT secara gratis, penyediaan platform berupa LMS bagi perguruan tinggi lain yang membutuhkan fasilitas pembelajaran jarak jauh, keterlibatan narasumber dari UT di berbagai forum ilmiah, pembagian makanan, sembako, dan masker.
Inovasi hanya bisa terjadi di dalam suatu ekosistem yang tidak dibatasi. Dan ini adalah spirit atau esensi kebijakan kampus merdeka kita.
Bentuk kebijakan kampus merdeka yang diamanatkan Menteri Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan ditawarkan melalui program mata kuliah mandiri atau PMKM. Sejak 2019, beberapa institusi pendidikan tinggi mengikutkan mahasiswanya untuk mengambil mata kuliah di UT. Hal ini dilakukan untuk memberikan pengalaman belajar online. Saat ini, UT sedang mempersiapkan transformasi dari PTN BLU ke PTN BH, agar UT memiliki otonomi yang lebih luas dalam mengembangkan potensi yang ada. Dalam rangka meningkatkan mutu, UT secara berkala mengundang Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi atau BANPT. Di samping itu, UT juga secara periodik dan sukarela mengundang badan-badan sertifikasi internasional untuk melakukan review kualitas, yaitu Organization for Standardization atau ISO dan International Council for Distance Education atau ICDE.
Universitas Terbuka merupakan leader di Indonesia jauh sebelum perguruan tinggi lainnya menyelenggarakan pembelajaran jarak jauh secara daring. Universitas Terbuka sudah melakukannya. Selain biaya yang terjangkau dan mudah diakses oleh siapapun, kualitasnya pun terjamin.
Di era adaptasi kebiasaan baru, UT semakin memantapkan jati dirinya sebagai leader institusi pendidikan tinggi jarak jauh di Indonesia. Dengan memanfaatkan kemajuan teknologi informasi dan komunikasi dalam mendukung layanan pembelajaran, saat ini terbukti
UT terdepan dalam inovasi PJJ.
Sebagai mahasiswa, tidak asing lagi, hari-harinya banyak disibukkan dengan berbagai macam tugas. Membaca, menganalisa, mengkritisi, hingga melakukan penelitian. Mahasiswa tak perlu khawatir mencari sumber-sumber informasi yang berkualitas. Pustaka.ut.ac.id hadir untuk membantu melayani segenap sivitas akademik yang memerlukan informasi terbaru yang sesuai dengan bidang keilmuan. Dengan kehadiran teknologi, Perpustakaan Universitas Terbuka menyediakan berbagai layanan yang bisa diakses mahasiswa tanpa terbatas ruang dan waktu. Mahasiswa dapat mengakses semua layanan yang ada di perpustakaan berbasis web dengan menggunakan perangkat apa saja dalam genggaman kita, personal komputer, laptop, handphone, atau tablet, dengan terlebih dahulu melakukan login. Dengan teknologi ini dapat mengurangi penumpukan dokumentasi atau paperless, di samping menghemat tidak hanya ruang, tempat, bahkan uang. E-resource merupakan sumber informasi elektronik yang di dalamnya meliputi jurnal dan buku. Dengan e-resource, mahasiswa dapat mengunduh atau mendownload buku dan jurnal yang diinginkan. Pada fasilitas e-resource ini, materi buku dan jurnal dapat diunduh secara full text. Jika Anda sudah memiliki pilihan kata untuk pencarian jurnal atau buku, lakukan klik e-resource. Pilih jenis informasi yang diperlukan. E-journal atau e-book yang terdapat di dalam perpustakaan digital. Masukkan username dan password. Jika memakai jaringan internet UT, tidak perlu melakukan login. Masukkan kata kunci pencarian. Pilih bahan materi yang diinginkan. Anda bisa membacanya langsung atau menyimpan file hasil unduhan. Jika Anda menginginkan informasi jurnal lain pada perpustakaan digital UT, Anda bisa mengakses jurnal Indonesian Publication Index atau jurnal terkreditasi oleh Dikti atau LIPI tanpa memasukkan username dan password. Anda hanya perlu melakukan pencarian. Klik terakreditasi IP, ketik kata kunci yang diinginkan berdasarkan objek atau subjek bahan materi, klik link untuk membuka jurnal. Anda bisa membaca rangkuman jurnal. Jika Anda menginginkannya, bisa menyimpannya dengan link full text jurnal tersebut dalam bentuk PDF. Pada halaman menu e-resource kiri bawah, merekomendasikan seperti jurnal terbitan Universitas Terbuka, jurnal terakreditasi Dikti, dan jurnal bebas. Anda bisa klik icon atau link jurnal yang diinginkan. Anda akan dialihkan ke situs lain dan menampilkan rangkuman isi jurnal. Anda bisa menyimpannya dalam bentuk PDF. Jika Anda kesulitan dalam proses mengakses, Anda bisa membaca panduan penggunaan e-book yang berada di halaman menu e-resource atau bisa menghubungi Halo UT di 1500024 atau ke nomor telepon 021 749 0941 extension 2204 atau email pustaka@ikampus.ut.ac.id. Sekarang Anda siap menggunakannya. Bersama, manfaatkan berbagai fasilitas yang diberikan perpustakaan digital Universitas Terbuka. Biasakan membaca dan menulis karya ilmiah dari penerbit dan pustaka. Pastikan situs sumber informasi terpercaya dan akurat. Dari Perpustakaan Digital Universitas Terbuka, untuk pelajar dan pemustaka, dalam menjalani misi mencerdaskan anak bangsa. Pustaka Digital Universitas Terbuka mengedukasi, mudah diakses, tanpa batas ruang dan waktu.
Setiap hari selalu kuawali dengan yang aku mau. Bebas tapi bertanggung jawab, fleksibel tapi pasti. Hari-hariku dipenuhi dengan semangat untuk kuliah dan meraih profesi. Karena aku mampu mandiri, UT menempaku untuk mandiri. UT memberiku kesempatan belajar kapan dan di mana saja. Dan tentu saja bisa mengelola waktu untuk belajar dan bekerja. Hingga kini, aku mampu meraih profesiku. Menyenangkan, dan aku siap meraih prestasi yang terbaik. Gimana dengan kamu? Kemandirian ciri khas utama kami. Ya cuma UT yang bisa begini.
pagi dan selamat berjumpa. Perkenalkan dengan aku Irena Safira, finalis Putri Indonesia 2019 perwakilan Maluku Utara. Dan tentunya aku adalah mahasiswa Universitas Terbuka Ternate, program studi Ilmu Hukum. Nah, kali ini di sini aku akan ajak kalian semua tur kampus Universitas Terbuka yang pastinya bakalan banyak banget informasi untuk kalian semua mengenai Universitas Terbuka. Nah, kalian yang berkuliah di UT daerah pastinya penasaran banget dong apa aja sih kegiatan yang ada di Universitas Terbuka ini? Penasaran kan? Yuk ikutin aku sekarang. Nah, Sobat UT, hari ini aku sudah berada di kantor pusat Universitas Terbuka yang bertempat di Tangerang Selatan. Ini adalah pertama kalinya aku datang ke sini dan aku sangat kagum dengan kantor pusat Universitas Terbuka. Kantor pusatnya besar banget, bersih dan asri. Tapi sayangnya di sini nggak ada mahasiswanya. Hehehe. Ya, seperti yang kita tahu, kalau Universitas Terbuka adalah pelopor pendidikan tinggi yang pembelajarannya berbasis jarak jauh atau online. Jadi, mahasiswanya nggak perlu repot-repot datang ke kampus, karena kampus yang akan mendatangi kita. Di kantor pusat Universitas Terbuka ini hanya ada staf dan pimpinan Universitas Terbuka. Semua sistem pembelajaran dan pendukung bahan ajar mahasiswa diproduksi di sini. Nah, sekarang aku sedang berada di Pusat Pengembangan Multimedia Universitas Terbuka. Yuk, ikutin aku. Nah, Sobat UT, sekarang Iren sudah sampai di gedung P2M2 dan Iren sudah janjian dengan Bapak Elang selaku penanggung jawab penyiapan naskah BANC di sini. Dan Iren juga bakal ulik-ulik nih apa aja sih kegiatan yang ada di dalam. Pasti Sobat UT semua mau tahu kan? Tanpa berlama-lama lagi, let's go! Nah, ini nih Pusat Multimedia Universitas Terbuka. Ayo kita masuk ke dalam. Halo, bagaimana kabarnya Pak?
Baik, Mbak Iren.
Ya, jadi sekarang Iren sudah bersama Bapak Elang selaku penanggung jawab penyiapan naskah BANC ya Pak. Jadi apa saja sih Pak kegiatan di P2M2 ini Pak?
Ya, utamanya pun unit ini adalah mengembangkan bahan ajar, baik yang cetak maupun yang non cetak. Jadi cetak itu bentuknya seperti yang Mbak Iren lihat tadi ada modul.
Ya, Pak.
Kalau yang non cetak itu yang bentuknya CD yang nanti bisa audio, bisa video, bisa juga multimedia interaktif. Nah, ini kalau mau tahu Mbak Iren, kalau mengembangkan audio ini step-stepnya seperti ini.
Ini semua dilakukan di sini ya Pak ya?
Semuanya dilakukan di sini. Kita hanya menerima naskah yang siap final dari fakultas. Lalu ini kalau mau mengembangkan video, mengembangkan multimedia interaktif, sama langkah-langkahnya seperti ini. Dan ini pekerjaan yang ada di P2M2. Kita punya studio juga Mbak Iren, studio UT Radio.
UT Radio ya Pak ya, luar biasa.
Nanti Mbak Iren akan siaran live di situ. Mari ke sini Mbak Iren. Nah, ini Mbak Iren, ruang siar UT Radionya. Jadi nanti Mbak Iren akan coba live streaming di tempat ini.
Ya Pak. Nah, Sobat UT, nanti siang Iren bakalan live streaming di Radio UT. Jadi teman-teman semua pasti penasaran kan? Jangan kemana-mana, ditonton terus.
Ayo Mbak Iren, kita ke ruang siar UT Radio.
Halo, selamat siang Mbak Eka. Iya, terima kasih banyak diundang di sini.
Siap ya, nanti 1 jam kita ngobrol Ardi di milenial.
Pasti bakal seru banget ya Pak.
Luar biasa, masih muda banget.
Iya.
Dari Maluku Utara.
Iya, dari Maluku Utara.
Oke, nanti ngobrol paling awal-awal perkenalan biasa, profil singkat dan lain-lain, baru nanti pertanyaan ngalir aja lah ya, santai pokoknya.
Nah, Sobat UT, ayo jangan lupa ditonton live streamingnya UT Radio.
Oke, 5 second bumper in. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Halo UT listeners, saya Irena Syafira, Putri Indonesia Maluku Utara 2019. Jangan lupa dengarkan terus UT Radio setiap hari. UT Radio, Open Education Station for All. Hai Sobat UT, sekarang Iren baru beres siaran di UT Radio, seru banget. sekarang giliran Iren mau lihat-lihat nih ada apa aja di sini, Pak.
Kita sekarang lihat studionya UT.
Oh, studionya.
Yang
Pak?
ada di
Gimana,
gedung
Pak?
2. Silakan yuk. Nah, inilah studio UT.
Iya. Besar ya Pak ya, lengkap dengan beberapa set background.
Ya, lumayan besar. Ini standar internasional sebetulnya.
Iya.
Standar broadcast yang disarankan. Ini yang untuk latar belakangnya tetap. Ini yang sifatnya chroma keys. Silakan Mbak Iren.
Iya, lihat-lihat lengkap
Lihat-lihat.
banget, lihat Sobat UT betapa lengkapnya semua gear yang tersedia di studionya P2M2 ini. Luar biasa sekali, bukan? Nah, Sobat UT, sekarang di sana udah ada tim dari P2M2 mengenai studio ini. Yuk kita tanya-tanya sekarang yuk. Halo, Mas. Gimana kabarnya? Jadi gimana nih, apa aja yang diproduksi di studio yang super mewah ini?
Silakan Mas Suprio, dijelasin.
Ini tadi udah dijelasin sama Pak Elang ya.
Iya.
Di sini kita membuat video-video pembelajaran. Nah,
Iya.
kita ngajarnya lewat media. Nah, di sinilah tempat produksinya.
Jadi semua video-video itu diproduksi in-house ya, langsung dari internal kita sendiri. Iya, luar biasa sekali tentang studio ini. Kalau begitu pamit ya Mas ya,
Iya,
masih
terima
mau
kasih
keliling-keliling
ya.
lagi
Terima
nih.
kasih.
Iya.
Iya,
Terima
siap.
kasih.
Siap, mari.
Sobat UT, jadi beginilah keadaan studio UT di P2M2. Luar biasa sekali bukan? Nah, sekarang kita lanjut ke yang selanjutnya. Selanjutnya kita mau kemana Pak Elang?
Kita ke ruang rias.
Punya juga ya Pak ya, ternyata lengkap, ruang rias,
jadi-
wardrobe.
Jadi kalau ada narasumber yang harus di make up ya kita jalan ke sana.
Oh jalan ya.
Ayo kita ke sana. Nah, ini Mbak Iren. Ruang wardrobe.
Dan make upnya ya Pak ya,
Make-upnya.
lengkap sekali ya Pak ya, punya
Lengkap.
berbagai macam kostum yang
Betul.
dibutuhkan kalau misalkan mau lagi ada narasumber gitu ya Pak ya.
Betul.
Luar biasa. Terus Pak, nanti kalau yang make up gini siapa Pak yang make upinnya?
Ada,
Ada.
petugas yang memang khusus menangani make up.
Oh.
Jadi ada 2 atau 3 orang yang bisa menangani make up dan itu dibagi-bagi tugasnya.
Bagi-bagi, iya. Jadi benar-benar lengkap ya Pak ya, kalau ada
Betul.
narasumber datang sudah dipersiapkan semuanya, studio
Betul.
sudah lengkap, tim sudah ada.
Betul.
Wah, luar biasa memang UT ini.
Nah, kita lihat ke dalam sini, coba lihat.
Dan
Nah, ini ruang riasnya. Seperti ini. Ada 2 lokasi, sebelah sini dan sebelah. Jadi kalau nanti ini ya duduk di sini kita harus dirias gitu oleh tim yang merias.
boleh kita lihat di yang sebelahnya Pak?
Boleh, silakan. Nah, ini ruang sebelahnya.
Sebelahnya.
Hal-hal yang kita siapkan, jadi kalau butuh dilicinkan lagi ada alatnya
Ada
langsung.
alatnya, iya. Yang di sebelah sana lebih kayak aksesorisnya ya Pak ya,
kalau di
perlengkapan
sini,
tambahan. Sini
ya,
prepare-nya.
betul, begitu.
Lengkap sekali, udah ada lampu-lampunya juga
Iya.
Sobat UT, kayak makeup artist profesional, sudah kayak di backstage TV. Luar biasa UT ini.
Ya, memang UT profesional. Ya, Mbak Iren, sekarang kita ke ruang desain grafis. Jadi kalau bikin cover modul, bikin spanduk, bikin souvenir, inilah mereka tugasnya.
Di sini semua ya.
Silakan Mbak Iren.
Yuk Sobat UT, pasti penasaran kan kayak gimana? Let's go.
Nah, di sini ada
Di sini ya?
Mbak Dona, Mas Faisal yang memang tugasnya seperti itu. Silakan.
Lagi apa nih? Kak?
Biasa, lagi desain.
Lagi desain ya? Biasa nih, berapa kali nih desain-desain kayak gini? Dalam seminggunya misal?
Nggak tentu sih,
Oh, nggak tentu
tergantung
ya?
kegiatannya sama
Sesuai
mungkin
kebutuhan.
sesuai kebutuhannya.
Nih Sobat UT, lihat, sebentar lagi menjelang Hari Kartini, lagi desain ya Kak ya?
Iya nih, lagi desain untuk Kartini.
Bikin kayak gini berapa lama nih Kak?
Bikin gini sih bisa sehari.
Bisa sehari?
Bisa jadi,
Wah, luar biasa. Udah pro banget nih kakaknya. Nah, lihat di sebelah sini lagi apa nih? Loh, Kak, ini kan Iren. Jadi kakak yang edit.
Ya,
Gimana nih prosesnya, Kak?
ya jadi semua di sini tuh tempat tuh buat ngedesain semua. Jadi sebelum acara dimulai kita sudah persiapkan semua, dari baik iklan sosmed, buat di YouTube semua, kita semua yang mendesain.
Oh, didesain. Jadi sesuai permintaan ya, Kak ya?
Iya, Pak.
Jadi udah ada promosinya dulu sebelum hari H acaranya, seperti itu. inilah grafis produksi UT dibuat. Ya kakak-kakak terima kasih banyak ya. Maaf lo udah digangguin.
Ya, makasih.
Ya, yuk kita lanjut selanjutnya. Jadi di atas sini ada tempat produksi bahan ajar
yang cetak.
Yang cetak ya Pak ya.
Jadi inilah tempat untuk memproduksi bahan ajar cetak.
Nah Sobat UT, jadi ini adalah ruangan produksi untuk bahan ajar cetak ya Pak ya, seperti itu. Jadi kegiatannya di sini apa aja Pak?
Ada yang kalau di sini itu bagian editing. Ya. Kemudian di sini ada desain grafis.
Desain grafis.
Ya. Yang di sana itu layouter ya.
Layouter.
Nah, kemudian ada juga yang
mengembangkan
template juga ya di sekitar teman-teman di sini.
Iya.
Nah, mereka sedang bekerja seperti ini.
Seperti ini ya. Jadi yang di bawah itu
ke yang non-cetak,
yang di sini
yang
cetak.
Yang
jadi
cetak.
berkutat dengan komputer masing-masing
Betul,
ya Pak ya.
Masing-masing orang sudah punya jatahnya
sendiri-sendiri. Nah Pak, jadi apa saja sih hasil outputnya dari di sini itu?
Ya, yang utamanya hasilnya nanti berupa buku materi pokok yang biasa disebut
ya,
modul. Nah,
ini ya Pak ya, modul ini dia ya Pak.
Jadi yang seperti ini yang sampai ke mahasiswa di daerah gitu. Jadi semua didesainnya, dikembangkannya di pusat ini.
Di pusat ini. Nah, Sobat UT, jadi buku yang kalian semua dapatkan di daerah ini dari sinilah produksinya.
Ya,
itu ya Pak ya.
Betul.
Biasa.
Nah, sekarang kita ke ruang editing
ada
untuk
ruang
yang BNC.
Ayo Sobat UT, kita kepoin nih di dalam ada apa? Halo Mas, apa kabar? Lagi ngapain nih?
Ini lagi ngedit nih.
Lagi ngedit ya, ngedit apa sih Mas ini?
Ini buat e-resource.
E-resource.
Programnya perpustakaan.
Perpustakaan. Nah, Sobat UT, jadi inilah ruangan tempat editing video-video yang akan ditampilkan, gitu ya Mas ya?
Ya, betul.
Nah, kira-kira nih kalau lagi ngedit nih prosesnya berapa lama sih Mas?
Variatif sih.
Variatif ya.
1 hari sampai 1 minggu.
Wah, hebat sekali Masnya. Sobat UT sudah profesional sekali, 1 hari bisa langsung beres ya Mas ya? Wah, luar biasa, hebat, bukan kaleng-kaleng Masnya.
Bukan kaleng-kaleng.
Sekarang kita lanjut ke yang selanjutnya yuk. Ayo. Nah, jadi ini apa ya ruang editingnya?
Ya, jadi dari sini ketika kita sudah syuting di berbagai tempat itu diedit di sini. Nah, hasilnya kita bisa lihat di bawah. Ayo kita kembali ke bawah lagi.
Kembali ke bawah. Sobat UT, kita lihat lagi di bawah hasilnya seperti apa.
Ya, sekarang kita mau melihat hasil editing itu seperti apa yang sudah final.
Oh, sudah ada ya Pak ya contoh hasilnya di sini. Seperti apa nih Sobat UT hasil video editingnya? Pasti pada pengen tahu kan? Yuk, ikutin nih, kita lihat sekarang.
Jadi lihat nih, ini dia yang editing itu kita bisa siapkan.
Wah. Jadi Sobat UT, video yang udah di-take di studio tadi, setelah itu kan masuk ke ruang editing yang kita udah lihat barusan. Dan hasilnya mau tahu seperti apa? Ini contohnya. Nah, ini dia video yang Sobat UT tonton, yang netizen tonton semua adalah hasil produksi tim P2M2. Bukan begitu Pak?
Betul, betul sekali Mbak Ira. Inilah yang bisa langsung kita bisa di UT TV juga bisa.
TV bisa.
Di TV edukasi juga bisa.
sudah diajak keliling-keliling di P2M2 ini. Semoga nanti besok-besok main-main lagi ya Pak.
Boleh. Dengan senang hati Mbak Iren.
Ya, terima kasih banyak Pak.
Oke.
Nah, Sobat UT, gimana? Keren banget kan semua fasilitas yang ada di P2M2 ini super high-tech. Jadi makin bangga aku kuliah di UT. Nah, Sobat UT, pertama kali Iren masuk ke lingkungan Universitas Terbuka ini, yang pertama kali terbesit adalah luas banget, bersih, dan asri. Tapi kok kayak ada yang aneh ya? Universitas sebesar ini sepi sekali. Nah, tapi ternyata setelah Iren masuk nih keliling-keliling di dalamnya, orang-orang di dalamnya itu benar-benar produktif banget dan profesional dengan segala alat yang super canggih. Jadi makin semangat banget kan kuliah di UT. Nah, kalian semua ayo jangan ragu lagi untuk kuliah di Universitas Terbuka. Sampai jumpa di vlog-vlog selanjutnya ya Sobat UT. Semoga dengan ini kita makin semangat berkuliah di Universitas Terbuka. Dan jangan lupa like and subscribe channel YouTube Universitas Terbuka untuk mendapatkan informasi-informasi seputar UT. Universitas Terbuka, making higher education open to all.
Informasi. Kebutuhan akan informasi tidak bisa dipungkiri perannya dalam kehidupan sehari-hari. Bermula dari keingintahuan seperti, kenapa bumi bulat? Bagaimana bisa pesawat terbang? Semua bentuk pertanyaan, informasi menyajikan semua jawaban. Di era keterbukaan informasi, kebebasan akses memberi dan mendapatkan informasi dengan kehadiran internet semua mudah diperoleh. Namun, apa yang tersedia di internet secara bebas tidak semuanya berkualitas dan layak untuk menghasilkan suatu karya tulis berkualitas. Sekali lagi, peran perpustakaan tidak bisa dihindari kehadirannya berperan penting dalam kehidupan dan sudah menjadi kebutuhan dalam menunjang prestasi akademik. Fasilitas perpustakaan Universitas Terbuka mempunyai banyak koleksi referensi dan menemukan koleksi seperti kamus, ensiklopedi, alamanak, direktori, buku tahunan yang berisi informasi teknis dan singkat. Mahasiswa dapat memilih dan mengambil sendiri koleksi yang dibutuhkan. Semakin banyak informasi yang kita butuhkan, semakin banyak kebutuhan koleksi untuk kita baca pula. Pasti akan sangat menyulitkan untuk membaca tumpukan buku yang setinggi itu, dengan batas tanggal pengumpulan tugas, tugas kelompok, dan tesis, atau jadwal ujian besok. Yakin bisa mengerjakannya sekaligus dengan cepat. Bagaimana jika semua informasi serta koleksi bacaan yang kita butuhkan tersedia dalam sentuhan jari kita? Pustaka Digital Universitas Terbuka. Sejalan dengan perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi, Perpustakaan Universitas Terbuka melebarkan sayap ke dunia digital untuk merespon fenomena era informasi sejak tahun 1996. Pustaka Digital Universitas Terbuka membuka halaman situs dengan nama pustaka.ut.ac.id. Dengan desain dinamis dan mudah digunakan, pustaka digital kami menyajikan beragam variasi menu yang bisa diakses oleh mahasiswa, bahkan masyarakat luas. Untuk masyarakat luas, pustaka digital kami menyediakan layanan menu Open Education Resource. Klik menu Open Education Resource yang berada di sebelah kiri halaman awal. Menu yang biasa disebut Suaka UT ini berisikan materi sumber pembelajaran berkualitas terbuka berbasis online. Pengunjung bisa memilih konten berdasarkan media yang terdiri dari UT Televisi, UT Radio, Guru Pintar Online, Jurnal UT, MOOCs, ASEAN Studies Program, dan perpustakaan digital. Suaka UT ini ngadopsi lisensi Creative Commons yang berarti pengunjung diperbolehkan untuk menyalin, menggunakan, mengumumkan, menyebarkan, mengubah, mengadaptasi, dan modifikasi selama tujuan non-komersial. Khusus untuk mahasiswa Universitas Terbuka, tersedia 3 menu pilihan, yaitu ruang baca virtual, e-resource, dan repository. RBV atau ruang baca virtual berisi buku materi pokok digital secara full text. Pengunjung bisa memilih berdasarkan fakultas yang tersedia, yaitu Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Hukum, Ilmu Sosial, dan Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Matematika dan Pengetahuan Alam, serta tingkat Pascasarjana. Pilih modul berdasarkan fakultas, lalu pilih buku materi perkuliahan yang dibutuhkan. Pilih judul modul, atau pengguna dapat mencari langsung dengan menggunakan pencarian mudah dengan memasukkan judul modul sebagai kata kunci. Anda bisa membacanya langsung atau menyimpannya. Pilih full text untuk membaca modul secara keseluruhan dengan login terlebih dahulu menggunakan akun UT Online. Di menu e-resource, pustaka kami menawarkan pilihan referensi dan melanggankan berbagai bahan perpustakaan digital online dari penerbit, universitas lain, serta lembaga-lembaga pendidikan dan pustaka seperti IP, LIPI, dan Dikti. Untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pemustaka, pengunjung bisa memilih referensi ini berupa e-journal, e-book, dan karya-karya referensi online lainnya. Pilih layanan e-book dan e-journal yang tersedia. Masukkan judul e-book atau e-journal sebagai kata kunci pada kolom pencarian. Jika pengunjung mengalami kesulitan dalam pencarian, pengunjung bisa menggunakan halaman pencarian situs pustaka digital UT atau menggunakan halaman situs repository. Di repository, yang merupakan halaman khusus menampung karya ilmiah akademika Universitas Terbuka ini, bersifat open content atau dapat diunduh. Koleksi ini bisa kamu pilih berdasarkan divisi seperti arsip digital, buku materi pokok fakultas, koleksi digital, proceeding seminar, tesis, disertasi dan penelitian, tugas akhir, program magister, serta web suplemen. Lalu pengunjung bisa memilih berdasarkan tahun. Kemudian pengunjung bisa memilih berdasarkan judul atau materi pembahasan. Koleksi yang ada di repository dapat digunakan untuk menunjang kinerja tesis, tugas, ujian, video, dan audio. Pilih kategori. Pilih judul penelitian. Maka, deskripsi penelitian akan muncul dan pengguna dapat membaca secara online serta mengunduh dengan format file PDF. Apapun informasi yang kamu butuhkan, manfaatkan berbagai fasilitas yang diberikan perpustakaan digital Universitas Terbuka. Biasakan membaca dan menulis karya ilmiah dari penerbit dan pustaka, dan pastikan situs sumber informasi terpercaya dari perpustakaan digital Universitas Terbuka untuk pelajar dan pemustaka dalam menjalankan misi mencerdaskan anak bangsa. Pustaka Digital Universitas Terbuka mengedukasi, mudah diakses oleh siapa saja, kapan saja, dan di mana saja.
Di era adaptasi kebiasaan baru, pendidikan jarak jauh bukanlah hal yang asing bagi mahasiswa UT. Mahasiswa telah terbiasa memanfaatkan teknologi sebagai alat pendukung pendidikan, terutama teknologi daring.
Di usia ke-36 tahun sejak berdiri pada tanggal 4 September 1984,
Universitas Terbuka.
Universitas Terbuka mampu beradaptasi di era kebiasaan baru. UT sebagai pionir pendidikan tinggi terbuka dan jarak jauh dituntut untuk bergerak lebih cepat dalam menghadapi perubahan yang ada. Dengan capaian jumlah mahasiswa sebanyak 300.000 lebih yang tersebar di seluruh pelosok Indonesia dan luar negeri, UT terus berinovasi dalam mengembangkan kapasitas mahasiswa, mencetak lulusan agar berkarakter dan berdaya saing global dengan memanfaatkan teknologi yang tepat guna. UT terus berusaha menjadi perguruan tinggi terdepan dalam inovasi pendidikan jarak jauh atau PJJ. UT memiliki nilai-nilai inti budaya organisasi yang merupakan pengarah tindakan seluruh pegawai UT dan pihak-pihak yang berkepentingan terhadap UT. Nilai-nilai tersebut dikenal dengan singkatan KIARA, yaitu kualitas, integritas, inovasi, aksesibilitas, relevansi, akuntabilitas. Nilai-nilai tersebut menjadi acuan dalam bekerja dan berperilaku. Saat ini, UT menyelenggarakan lebih dari 40 program studi jenjang sarjana, diploma, magister, serta program doktor ilmu manajemen atau DIM dan administrasi publik atau DAP di bawah 4 fakultas, yakni Fakultas Sains dan Teknologi, FST, Fakultas Ekonomi, FE, Fakultas Hukum, Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik atau FHISIP, dan Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan atau FKIP. Untuk membekali agar memiliki kesiapan belajar, setiap mahasiswa baru wajib mengikuti edukasi keterampilan belajar mahasiswa atau EKBM yang terdiri dari OSMB, Orientasi Studi Mahasiswa Baru, PKBJJ atau Pelatihan Keterampilan Belajar Jarak Jauh. Seiring dengan perkembangan teknologi, UT terus mengembangkan ekosistem pendidikan yang berbasis digital. Saat ini, UT sedang mengembangkan inovasi media pembelajaran modern berupa augmented dan virtual reality yang memberikan pengalaman belajar dalam dunia nyata secara virtual interaktif. Penggunaan berbagai saluran ini dilakukan untuk meningkatkan jumlah angka partisipasi kasar atau APK perguruan tinggi, meningkatkan intensitas dan kualitas interaksi secara lebih terbuka dan leluasa, meningkatkan keterlibatan mahasiswa atau student engagement dalam proses pembelajaran. Penerapan digital ekosistem dimulai dari proses registrasi yang sudah bisa dilakukan secara online, proses pembelajaran baik yang bersifat asinkronus seperti tutorial online atau tuton, maupun sinkronus dalam bentuk tutorial berbasis web atau tuweb, e-lecturing, dan video conference atau VCon, dan ujian online, serta ujian online berbasis web yang dilengkapi dengan aplikasi online proctoring yang telah diuji cobakan di 10 negara dan diimplementasi secara lebih luas pada tahun 2020. Fasilitas lain yang bisa diakses dalam digital ekosistem UT oleh mahasiswa secara online antara lain UT TV, UT Radio, Digital Library atau RBV, OPEC, dan Repositori UT, GPO, Jurnal Online, MOOCs, Latihan Mandiri, dan Dry Lab. Selain mengembangkan digital ekosistem, UT tetap menggunakan BAC atau bahan ajar cetak sebagai bahan materi pokok untuk mahasiswa. Seiring perkembangan waktu, bahan ajar cetak mengalami berbagai perubahan, baik secara tampilan maupun materi pengayaan berupa non-cetak. Sebagai salah satu perguruan tinggi yang peduli terhadap mahasiswa berkebutuhan khusus, UT saat ini sedang mengembangkan layanan bagi mereka untuk bisa belajar sesuai dengan kebutuhannya, sehingga mereka dapat belajar, berprestasi, dan mengembangkan kompetensinya secara maksimal.
Sifat distributif perpangkatan terhadap pembagian kurung buka A dibagi B kurung tutup dikali C sama dengan A pangkat C dibagi.
Untuk meningkatkan prestasi dan motivasi mahasiswa, UT terus melakukan kerjasama dengan berbagai mitra dalam penyediaan beasiswa atau bantuan studi yang diberikan kepada mahasiswa berprestasi dan mempunyai keterbatasan secara ekonomi. Kegiatan akademik dan non-akademik sudah dilakukan secara virtual, mulai dari kegiatan sosialisasi promosi, penjalinan kerjasama, seminar nasional dan internasional, pengganti pertemuan tatap muka, dan ujian akhir semester. Layanan akademik dan proses pembelajaran telah sesuai dengan protokol kesehatan yang direkomendasikan oleh pemerintah dan WHO. Inovasi PJJ UT menjadi rujukan perguruan tinggi lain dalam pengelolaan pembelajaran dalam jaringan. Hingga saat ini, UT telah menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai perguruan tinggi lain untuk menerapkan PJJ dalam hal pengembangan Learning Management System atau LMS, bahan ajar digital, bantuan teknis pelatihan, dan pendampingan. Selain itu, kontribusi UT untuk masyarakat dalam masa pandemi antara lain pemberian layanan pustaka UT secara gratis, penyediaan platform berupa LMS bagi perguruan tinggi lain yang membutuhkan fasilitas pembelajaran jarak jauh, keterlibatan narasumber dari UT di berbagai forum ilmiah, pembagian makanan, sembako, dan masker.
Inovasi hanya bisa terjadi di dalam suatu ekosistem yang tidak dibatasi. Dan ini adalah spirit atau esensi kebijakan kampus merdeka kita.
Bentuk kebijakan kampus merdeka yang diamanatkan Menteri Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan ditawarkan melalui program mata kuliah mandiri atau PMKM. Sejak 2019, beberapa institusi pendidikan tinggi mengikutkan mahasiswanya untuk mengambil mata kuliah di UT. Hal ini dilakukan untuk memberikan pengalaman belajar online. Saat ini, UT sedang mempersiapkan transformasi dari PTN BLU ke PTN BH agar UT memiliki otonomi yang lebih luas dalam mengembangkan potensi yang ada. Dalam rangka meningkatkan mutu, UT secara berkala mengundang Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi atau BANPT. Di samping itu, UT juga secara periodik dan sukarela mengundang badan-badan sertifikasi internasional untuk melakukan review kualitas, yaitu Organization for Standardization atau ISO dan International Council for Distance Education atau ICDE.
Universitas Terbuka merupakan leader di Indonesia jauh sebelum perguruan tinggi lainnya menyelenggarakan pembelajaran jarak jauh secara daring. Universitas Terbuka sudah melakukannya. Selain biaya yang terjangkau dan mudah diakses oleh siapapun, kualitasnya pun terjamin.
Di era adaptasi kebiasaan baru, UT semakin memantapkan jati dirinya sebagai leader institusi pendidikan tinggi jarak jauh di Indonesia. Dengan memanfaatkan kemajuan teknologi informasi dan komunikasi dalam mendukung layanan pembelajaran, saat ini terbukti
UT terdepan dalam inovasi PJJ.
At Universitas Terbuka, tradition and innovation go hand in hand. As the first distance education institution in Indonesia, Universitas Terbuka was established to provide access to higher education for all Indonesians living across the country. Financial and geographical issues, as well as infrastructure challenges, were among the background to establish a massive open education system. Development of higher quality and more efficient infrastructure has significantly driven Universitas Terbuka to move forward. The development of user-friendly technology and the spread of mobile technology in rural areas have made a dramatic impact on the features of services and the characteristics of students. Having been promoted as the Cyber University of Indonesia, Universitas Terbuka has entered the new era of Industrial Revolution 4.0 by increasing the quality of learning services, infrastructures, and human resources. In doing so, Universitas Terbuka fosters and maintains effective strategic partnerships with domestic and foreign institutions. As a pioneer of distance learning in Indonesia, Universitas Terbuka was appointed to lead the establishment of the Indonesia Institute of Cyber Education, or ICE Institute. This institution is a regulatory agency to set standards in the distance learning. Recent improvements were carried out to provide meaningful learning services and opportunities, which include year-round registration system, pre-seasonal programs, learning clinic, modern curriculum design, enriched learning materials, interactive digital learning materials, guided e-learning that includes online tutorials, web-based tutorials, e-lecturing and e-seminar, online examination and online proctoring, employability skills training, and improve quality assurance system. The main goal of the initiative is to improve student academic performance. Universitas Terbuka believes that constant regulatory and technological changes have created an increased focus on effective governance and quality. External reviewers and auditors, including the International Council for Open and Distance Education, ICDE, are frequently invited to provide an independent and high level of rigorous scrutiny to all aspects. In addition, through continuous research and innovation, on its way to advocate for the global open education movement, Universitas Terbuka will become a globally respected open distance learning institution.
Wih, ada yang nyari tugas nih. Wah, nyalin dari Wikipedia lagi.
Ih, jangan diledekin dong. Nggak tahu teman lagi drop nilainya. Lagi serius nih ngerjain tugas.
Jangan dilanjutin, Ayu, daripada kerjaan kamu sia-sia. Karena situs Wikipedia berupa ensiklopedia itu tidak bisa menjadi bahan referensi untuk kamu mengerjakan tugas akademik. Karena situs itu bisa dibuat dan disunting oleh siapapun. Jadi daripada kamu browsing situs itu, mending kamu ikut aku yuk. Aku bocorin gimana caranya aku ngerjain tugas selama ini.
Wah, beneran lengkap. Jadi kamu bisa bantuin aku ngerjain tugas akademik?
Iya, beneran. Ayo ikut aku yuk.
Ayo. Aku ikut juga dong. Sekalian aku buatin vlog kamu nih yang lagi nyari bahan pendidikan buat kamu.
Nah, bener banget tuh. Ayo, ikut aku yuk. Ayo, ayo, ayo.
Universitas Terbuka memberikan kesempatan untuk mahasiswa belajar mandiri, mendapatkan pengalaman di luar masa akademik, memberikan ruang untuk menikmati kehidupan seperti menjalin silaturahmi keluarga, bertemu teman baik, atau melakukan sesuatu yang lebih dari diri kita, seperti menata karir, meluangkan waktu untuk hobi yang menjadi proyek besar. Apapun yang menjadi prioritas mereka, kami memahami dan memberi peluang untuk mereka yang haus ilmu, prestasi, dan penghargaan. Universitas Terbuka memahami kebutuhan untuk pelajar mandiri dengan menyediakan fasilitas perpustakaan yang bisa digunakan untuk mahasiswa Universitas Terbuka sendiri dan masyarakat luas. Perpustakaan ini memiliki pelayanan referensi, membantu pengunjung untuk menemukan informasi. Mesin pencari ini bisa menerima pertanyaan seputar koleksi referensi dan menemukan koleksi seperti kamus, ensiklopedi, almanak, direktori, buku tahunan yang berisi informasi teknis dan singkat. Mahasiswa dapat memilih dan mengambil sendiri koleksi yang dibutuhkan. Pengunjung bisa menggunakan kartu mahasiswa untuk masuk ke dalam perpustakaan. Dengan menukarkan kartu mahasiswa saja, pengunjung mendapatkan kunci loker serta kartu anggota pustaka yang digunakan untuk peminjaman. Perpustakaan Universitas Terbuka di Pondok Cabe ini memberikan keamanan untuk pengunjung bisa menyimpan barang berharga di loker, yang kuncinya bisa dibawa pengunjung dengan mudah, memudahkan pengunjung untuk fokus membaca tanpa harus khawatir kehilangan barang bawaan. Pustakawan akan memberikan bantuan bimbingan untuk menemukan koleksi, kamus, ensiklopedi, almanak, direktori, buku tahunan yang berisi informasi teknis dan singkat, dan informasi yang dibutuhkan, serta memberikan bimbingan kepada pengunjung bagaimana menggunakan bahan pustaka. Pustaka kami memberikan pilihan koleksi cukup beragam, dari bahan tercetak dan non-cetak. Saat ini tak kurang dari 30.000 judul koleksi yang bisa pengunjung temukan di Perpustakaan Universitas Terbuka Pondok Cabe, yang terdiri dari buku-buku teks, referensi, modul, dokumen. Kami memberikan kenyamanan dengan fasilitas pendukung untuk mahasiswa menikmati waktu membaca dan mengerjakan tugas di perpustakaan. Kami menyediakan saklar, mengisi daya listrik, charge, kabel internet, ruang baca sunyi, ruang diskusi, sofa yang nyaman. Kami memahami setiap individu memiliki gaya belajar pemustaka yang berbeda-beda, daya tangkap berbeda. Oleh karena itu, untuk menunjang guna mencerdaskan anak bangsa, kami menyediakan koleksi berdasarkan media selain cetak. Fasilitas internet area menyediakan akses internet yang memadai. Setiap pengunjung bisa melakukan browsing untuk mengoptimalkan pencarian informasi atau bahan materi tugas. Tidak hanya itu, Perpustakaan Universitas Terbuka memiliki situs website berupa pustaka digital yang bisa diakses masyarakat luas dan mahasiswa Universitas Terbuka itu sendiri khususnya. Dengan beragam pilihan menu, membantu pengunjung situs lebih mudah mendapatkan koleksi buku dan referensi, dengan menu Open Education Resource, ruang baca virtual, repositori, e-resource. Situs Pustaka UT menu Open Education Resource yang bisa dinikmati oleh masyarakat luas. OER yang biasa disebut Swaka UT ini berupa materi pembelajaran yang terdiri dari UT Televisi, UT Radio, Guru Pintar Online, Jurnal UT, MOOCs, ASEAN Studies Program, dan perpustakaan digital. Pustaka digital kami memberikan menu khusus mahasiswa Universitas Terbuka kami yang bisa mendukung pembelajaran, seperti ruang baca virtual, repositori, dan e-resource. Di menu ruang baca virtual, mahasiswa bisa mengakses koleksi buku materi secara full text. Untuk menu repositori, mahasiswa dapat mengakses koleksi referensi berupa karya ilmiah yang dapat diunduh untuk mendukung kinerja tugas atau ujian, koleksi referensi seperti skripsi, tesis, disertasi, seminar, proceeding, pidato, dan artikel. Untuk menu e-resource, Pustaka UT memberikan pilihan bahan pustaka digital online dengan melanggankan situs perpustakaan terakreditasi dan berkualitas materinya yang dapat dimanfaatkan mahasiswa dalam pembuatan tugas karya ilmiah. E-resource ini berupa e-journal, e-book, dan karya-karya referensi online. Selain itu, perpustakaan ini melayani pinjaman antar perpustakaan yang diharap mampu untuk menunjang produktivitas mahasiswa pemustaka kami dalam menambah wawasan atau mengerjakan tugas, khususnya akademik.
Bagaimana? Kamu sudah menemukan jawabanmu?
Sudah dong.
Dengan videomu gimana?
Wah, aku juga udah selesai nih.
Apapun gaya belajarmu, koleksi pustaka Universitas Terbuka memiliki semua jawabannya.
Perpustakaan Universitas Terbuka, gudang jawaban untuk semua pertanyaan.
The fast-growing demands of digital era motivates us to continue improving the potential of integrated human resources that are capable to support productivity. This vast and rapid development needs an effective and modern learning solution that can keep up with the routines of today's society. A facility that can cope with the limitations of space and time. For many people, both limitations pose as major problems in developing themselves and enhancing their career in digital era. In the end, those problems will impact their lifestyle. Universitas Terbuka is here to answer those problems by applying an open and distance learning system. A system that has proven effective in increasing the coverage and equal distribution of excellent higher education for all elements of society. Our learning system. Our system allows students to have a flexible and open learning method, and it offers many advantages. First one is the registration period, which is open throughout the year, so no more worry about late registration. Flexible space, time, and place. This is useful for students who still want to develop their knowledge wherever and whenever they want. Easily access printed and digital teaching materials in all corners of Indonesia and other countries. Our system gives opportunity to people from all groups and ages to learn and develop their knowledge, as well as their skills in all fields. With 39 regional offices all across Indonesia and overseas service centers, we are always ready to support operational activities and cooperations with various national and international institutions. We have numerous facilities to support student activities and learning process, from UT Radio, UT TV, learning assistance, to online library. Universitas Terbuka offers you 4 credible faculties: Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Faculty of Law, Social and Political Sciences, Faculty of Economics, and Faculty of Science and Technology. With more than 35 study programs and postgraduate programs. Universitas Terbuka, making higher education open to all.
Sebagai mahasiswa, tidak asing lagi, hari-harinya banyak disibukkan dengan berbagai macam tugas. Membaca, menganalisa, mengkritisi, hingga melakukan penelitian. Mahasiswa tak perlu khawatir mencari sumber-sumber informasi yang berkualitas. Pustaka.ut.ac.id hadir untuk membantu melayani segenap sivitas akademik yang memerlukan informasi terbaru yang sesuai dengan bidang keilmuan. Dengan kehadiran teknologi, Perpustakaan Universitas Terbuka menyediakan berbagai layanan yang bisa diakses mahasiswa tanpa terbatas ruang dan waktu. Mahasiswa dapat mengakses semua layanan yang ada di perpustakaan berbasis web dengan menggunakan perangkat apa saja dalam genggaman kita, personal komputer, laptop, handphone, atau tablet, dengan terlebih dahulu melakukan login. Dengan teknologi ini dapat mengurangi penumpukan dokumentasi atau paperless, di samping menghemat tidak hanya ruang, tempat, bahkan uang. E-resource merupakan sumber informasi elektronik yang di dalamnya meliputi jurnal dan buku. Dengan e-resource, mahasiswa dapat mengunduh atau mendownload buku dan jurnal yang diinginkan. Pada fasilitas e-resource ini, materi buku dan jurnal dapat diunduh secara full text. Jika Anda sudah memiliki pilihan kata untuk pencarian jurnal atau buku, lakukan klik e-resource. Pilih jenis informasi yang diperlukan. E-journal atau e-book yang terdapat di dalam perpustakaan digital. Masukkan username dan password. Jika memakai jaringan internet UT, tidak perlu melakukan login. Masukkan kata kunci pencarian. Pilih bahan materi yang diinginkan. Anda bisa membacanya langsung atau menyimpan file hasil unduhan. Jika Anda menginginkan informasi jurnal lain pada perpustakaan digital UT, Anda bisa mengakses jurnal Indonesian Publication Index atau jurnal terkreditasi oleh Dikti atau LIPI tanpa memasukkan username dan password. Anda hanya perlu melakukan pencarian. Klik terakreditasi IP, ketik kata kunci yang diinginkan berdasarkan objek atau subjek bahan materi, klik link untuk membuka jurnal, Anda bisa membaca rangkuman jurnal. Jika Anda menginginkannya, bisa menyimpannya dengan link full text jurnal tersebut dalam bentuk PDF. Pada halaman menu e-resource kiri bawah, merekomendasikan seperti jurnal terbitan Universitas Terbuka, jurnal terakreditasi Dikti, dan jurnal bebas. Anda bisa klik icon atau link jurnal yang diinginkan. Anda akan dialihkan ke situs lain dan menampilkan rangkuman isi jurnal. Anda bisa menyimpannya dalam bentuk PDF. Jika Anda kesulitan dalam proses mengakses, Anda bisa membaca panduan penggunaan e-book yang berada di halaman menu e-resource atau bisa menghubungi Halo UT di 1500024 atau ke nomor telepon 021 749 0941 extension 2204 atau email pustaka@ikampus.ut.ac.id. Sekarang, Anda siap menggunakannya. Bersama, manfaatkan berbagai fasilitas yang diberikan perpustakaan digital Universitas Terbuka. Biasakan membaca dan menulis karya ilmiah dari penerbit dan pustaka. Pastikan situs sumber informasi terpercaya dan akurat. Dari Perpustakaan Digital Universitas Terbuka, untuk pelajar dan pemustaka, dalam menjalani misi mencerdaskan anak bangsa. Pustaka Digital Universitas Terbuka mengedukasi, mudah diakses, tanpa batas ruang dan waktu.
Tapi tentu kualitasnya nggak mungkin bisa diraguin. Ayo gabung sama aku yuk. Dah.
pagi dan selamat berjumpa. Perkenalkan dengan aku Irena Safira, finalis Putri Indonesia 2019 perwakilan Maluku Utara. Dan tentunya aku adalah mahasiswa Universitas Terbuka Ternate, program studi Ilmu Hukum. Nah, kali ini di sini aku akan ajak kalian semua tur kampus Universitas Terbuka yang pastinya bakalan banyak banget informasi untuk kalian semua mengenai Universitas Terbuka. Nah, kalian yang berkuliah di UT daerah pastinya penasaran banget dong apa aja sih kegiatan yang ada di Universitas Terbuka ini? Penasaran kan? Yuk ikutin aku sekarang. Nah, Sobat UT, hari ini aku sudah berada di kantor pusat Universitas Terbuka yang bertempat di Tangerang Selatan. Ini adalah pertama kalinya aku datang ke sini dan aku sangat kagum dengan kantor pusat Universitas Terbuka. Kantor pusatnya besar banget, bersih dan asri. Tapi sayangnya di sini nggak ada mahasiswanya. Hehehe. Ya, seperti yang kita tahu, kalau Universitas Terbuka adalah pelopor pendidikan tinggi yang pembelajarannya berbasis jarak jauh atau online. Jadi, mahasiswanya nggak perlu repot-repot datang ke kampus, karena kampus yang akan mendatangi kita. Di kantor pusat Universitas Terbuka ini hanya ada staf dan pimpinan Universitas Terbuka. Semua sistem pembelajaran dan pendukung bahan ajar mahasiswa diproduksi di sini. Nah, sekarang aku sedang berada di Pusat Pengembangan Multimedia Universitas Terbuka. Yuk, ikutin aku! Sobat UT, sekarang Iren sudah sampai di gedung P2M2 dan Iren sudah janjian dengan Bapak Elang selaku penanggung jawab penyiapan naskah BANC di sini. Dan Iren juga bakal ulik-ulik nih apa aja sih kegiatan yang ada di dalam. Pasti Sobat UT semua mau tahu kan? Tanpa berlama-lama lagi, let's go! Nah, ini nih Pusat Multimedia Universitas Terbuka. Ayo kita masuk ke dalam. Halo, bagaimana kabarnya Pak?
Baik, Mbak Iren.
Ya, jadi sekarang Iren sudah bersama Bapak Elang selaku penanggung jawab penyiapan naskah BANC ya Pak. Jadi apa saja sih Pak kegiatan di P2M2 ini Pak?
Ya, utamanya pun unit ini adalah mengembangkan bahan ajar, baik yang cetak maupun yang non cetak. Jadi cetak itu bentuknya seperti yang Mbak Iren lihat, ada modul.
Ya, Pak.
Kalau yang non cetak itu yang bentuknya CD, yang nanti bisa audio, bisa video, bisa juga multimedia interaktif. Nah, ini kalau mau tahu Mbak Iren, kalau mengembangkan audio ini step-stepnya seperti ini.
Ini semua dilakukan di sini ya Pak ya?
Semuanya dilakukan di sini. Kita hanya menerima naskah yang siap final dari fakultas. Lalu ini kalau mau mengembangkan video, mengembangkan multimedia interaktif, sama langkah-langkahnya seperti ini. Dan ini pekerjaan yang ada di P2M2. Kita punya studio juga Mbak Iren, studio UT Radio.
UT Radio ya Pak, ya, luar biasa.
Nanti Mbak Iren akan siaran live di situ. Mari ke sini Mbak Iren. Nah, ini Mbak Iren, ruang siar UT Radionya. Jadi nanti Mbak Iren akan coba live streaming di tempat ini.
Ya Pak. Nah, Sobat UT, nanti siang Iren bakalan live streaming di Radio UT. Jadi teman-teman semua pasti penasaran kan? Jangan kemana-mana, ditonton terus.
Ayo Mbak Iren, kita ke ruang siar UT Radio.
Halo, selamat siang Mbak Eka. Iya, terima kasih banyak sudah di sini.
Siap ya, nanti 1 jam kita ngobrol Ardi milenial.
Pasti bakal seru banget ya Pak.
Luar biasa, masih muda banget.
Iya.
Dari Maluku Utara.
Iya, dari Maluku Utara.
Oke, nanti ngobrol paling awal-awal perkenalan biasa, profil singkat dan lain-lain, baru nanti pertanyaan ngalir aja lah ya, santai pokoknya.
Nah, Sobat UT, ayo jangan lupa ditonton live streamingnya UT Radio.
Oke, 5 second bumper in. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Halo listeners, saya Irena Syafira, Putri Indonesia Maluku Utara 2019. Jangan lupa dengarkan terus UT Radio setiap hari. UT Radio, Open Education Station for All. Hai Sobat UT, sekarang Iren baru beres siaran di UT Radio, seru banget. Sekarang giliran Iren mau lihat-lihat nih ada apa aja di sini, Pak.
Kita sekarang lihat studionya UT.
Oh, studionya.
Yang
Pak?
ada di gedung 2. Silakan yuk. Nah, inilah studio UT.
Iya. Besar ya, Pak ya, lengkap dengan beberapa set background.
Ya, lumayan besar. Ini standar internasional sebetulnya.
Iya.
Standar broadcast yang disarankan. Ini yang untuk latar belakangnya tetap. Ini yang sifatnya chroma keys. Silakan Mbak Iren.
Iya, lihat-lihat lengkap
Lihat-lihat.
banget, lihat Sobat UT, betapa lengkapnya semua gear yang tersedia di studionya P2M2 ini. Luar biasa sekali, bukan? Nah, Sobat UT, sekarang di sana udah ada tim dari P2M2 mengenai studio ini. Yuk kita tanya-tanya sekarang yuk. Halo, Mas. Gimana kabarnya? Jadi gimana nih, apa aja yang diproduksi di studio yang super mewah ini?
Silakan Mas Suprio, dijelasin.
Ini tadi udah dijelasin sama Pak Elang ya.
Iya.
Di sini kita membuat video-video pembelajaran.
Iya.
Kita ngajarnya lewat media. Nah, di sinilah tempat produksinya.
Jadi semua video-video itu diproduksi in-house ya, langsung dari internal kita sendiri. Iya, luar biasa sekali tentang studio ini. Kalau begitu pamit ya Mas ya, masih mau keliling-keliling lagi nih. Iya. Terima kasih.
Siap, mari.
Sobat UT, jadi beginilah keadaan studio UT di P2M2. Luar biasa sekali bukan? Nah, sekarang kita lanjut ke yang selanjutnya. Selanjutnya kita mau kemana Pak Elang?
Kita ke ruang rias.
Punya juga ya Pak ya, ternyata lengkap, ruang rias, wardrobe.
Jadi kalau ada narasumber yang harus di make up ya kita jalan ke sana.
Oh, jalan ya.
Ayo kita ke sana. Nah, ini Mbak Iren. Ruang wardrobe.
Dan make upnya ya Pak ya,
Make-upnya.
lengkap sekali ya Pak ya, punya
Lengkap.
berbagai macam kostum yang
Betul.
dibutuhkan kalau misalkan mau lagi ada narasumber gitu ya Pak ya.
Betul.
Luar biasa. Terus Pak, nanti kalau yang make up gini siapa Pak yang make up ini ya?
Ada,
Ada.
petugas yang memang khusus menangani make up. Jadi ada 2 atau 3 orang yang bisa menangani make up dan itu dibagi-bagi tugasnya.
Bagi-bagi, iya. Jadi benar-benar lengkap ya Pak ya, kalau ada narasumber datang sudah dipersiapkan semuanya, studio sudah lengkap, tim sudah ada.
Betul.
Luar biasa memang UT ini.
Nah, kita lihat ke dalam sini, coba lihat.
Dalam
Nah, ini ruang riasnya. Seperti ini. Ada 2 lokasi, sebelah sini dan sebelah. Jadi kalau nanti ini ya duduk di sini kita harus dirias gitu oleh tim yang merias.
boleh kita lihat di yang sebelahnya Pak?
Boleh, silakan. Nah, ini ruang sebelahnya. Hal-hal yang kita siapkan, jadi kalau butuh dilicinkan lagi ada alatnya langsung.
Alatnya, iya. Yang di sebelah sana lebih kayak aksesorisnya ya Pak ya,
kalau di
perlengkapan
sini,
tambahan. Sini
ya,
prepare-nya.
betul, begitu.
Lengkap sekali, udah ada lampu-lampunya juga
Ya.
Sobat UT, kayak makeup artist profesional, sudah kayak di backstage TV. Luar biasa UT ini.
Ya, memang UT profesional. Ya, Mbak Iren, sekarang kita ke ruang desain grafis. Jadi kalau bikin cover modul, bikin spanduk, bikin souvenir, inilah mereka tugasnya.
Di sini semua ya.
Silakan Mbak Iren.
Yuk Sobat UT, pasti penasaran kan kayak gimana? Let's go.
Nah, di sini ada
Sini ya?
Mbak Dona, Mas Faisal yang memang tugasnya seperti itu. Silakan.
Lagi apa nih?
Biasa, lagi desain.
Lagi desain ya? Biasa nih, berapa kali nih desain-desain kayak gini? Dalam seminggunya misal?
Nggak tentu sih,
Oh, nggak tentu
tergantung
ya?
kegiatannya sama
Sesuai
mungkin
kebutuhan.
sesuai kebutuhannya.
Nih Sobat UT, lihat. Sebentar lagi menjelang Hari Kartini, lagi desain ya Kak ya?
Iya nih, lagi desain untuk Kartini.
Bikin kayak gini berapa lama nih Kak?
Bikin gini sih bisa sehari.
Bisa sehari?
Bisa jadi,
Wah, luar biasa. Udah pro banget nih kakaknya. Nah, lihat di sebelah sini lagi apa nih? Loh, Kak, ini kan Iren. Jadi kakak yang edit.
Ya.
Gimana nih prosesnya Kak?
Ya, jadi semua di sini tuh tempat tuh buat ngedesain semua. Jadi sebelum acara dimulai kita sudah persiapkan semua, dari baik iklan sosmed, buat di YouTube semua, kita semua yang mendesain.
Oh, didesain. Jadi sesuai permintaan ya Kak ya?
Iya, Pak.
Jadi udah ada promosinya dulu sebelum hari H acaranya, seperti itu. Nah, jadi disinilah grafis produksi UT dibuat. Ya kakak-kakak terima kasih banyak ya. Maaf loh udah digangguin.
Ya, makasih.
Ya, yuk kita lanjut selanjutnya. Jadi di atas sini ada tempat produksi bahan ajar
yang cetak.
Yang cetak ya Pak ya.
Jadi inilah tempat untuk memproduksi bahan ajar cetak.
Nah, Sobat UT, jadi ini adalah ruangan produksi untuk bahan ajar cetak ya Pak ya, seperti itu. Jadi kegiatannya di sini apa aja Pak?
Ada yang kalau di sini itu bagian editing. Ya. Kemudian di sini ada desain grafis.
Desain grafis.
Ya. Yang di sana itu layouter ya.
Layouter.
Nah, kemudian ada juga yang
mengembangkan
template juga ya di sekitar teman-teman di sini.
Iya.
Nah, mereka sedang bekerja seperti ini.
Seperti ini ya. Jadi yang di bawah itu
ke yang non cetak,
yang di sini cetak. Jadi
cetak.
berkutat dengan komputer masing-masing.
Betul,
ya Pak ya.
Masing-masing orang sudah punya jatahnya
sendiri-sendiri. Nah Pak, jadi apa saja sih hasil outputnya dari di sini itu?
Ya, yang utamanya hasilnya nanti berupa buku materi pokok yang biasa disebut
ya,
modul. Nah,
ini ya Pak ya, modul ini dia ya Pak.
Jadi yang seperti ini yang sampai ke mahasiswa di daerah gitu. Jadi semua didesainnya, dikembangkannya di pusat ini.
Di pusat ini. Nah, Sobat UT, jadi buku yang kalian semua dapatkan di daerah ini dari sinilah produksinya.
Ya,
itu ya Pak ya. Biasa.
Nah, sekarang kita ke ruang editing.
Ada
untuk
ruang
yang BNC.
editing. Ayo Sobat UT, kita kepoin nih di dalam ada apa? Halo Mas, apa kabar? Lagi ngapain nih?
Ini lagi ngedit nih.
Lagi ngedit ya, ngedit apa sih Mas ini?
Ini buat e-resource.
E-resource.
Programnya perpustakaan.
Perpustakaan. Nah, Sobat UT, jadi inilah ruangan tempat editing video-video yang akan ditampilkan. Gitu ya Mas ya?
Ya, betul.
Nah, kira-kira nih kalau lagi ngedit nih prosesnya berapa lama sih Mas?
Variatif sih.
Variatif
dari
ya.
1 hari sampai 1 minggu.
Wah, hebat sekali Masnya. Sobat UT sudah profesional sekali, 1 hari bisa langsung beres ya Mas ya. Wah, luar biasa, hebat, bukan kaleng-kaleng Masnya.
Bukan kaleng-kaleng.
Sekarang kita lanjut ke yang selanjutnya yuk. Ayo. Nah, jadi ini apa ya ruang editingnya?
Ya, jadi dari sini ketika kita sudah syuting di berbagai tempat itu diedit di sini. Nah, hasilnya kita bisa lihat di bawah. Ayo kita kembali ke bawah lagi.
Kembali ke bawah. Sobat UT, kita lihat lagi di bawah hasilnya seperti apa.
Ya, sekarang kita mau melihat hasil editing itu seperti apa yang sudah final.
Oh, sudah ada ya Pak ya contoh hasilnya di sini. Seperti apa nih Sobat UT hasil video editingnya? Pasti pada pengen tahu kan? Yuk, ikutin nih, kita lihat sekarang.
Jadi lihat nih, ini dia ya. Itu kita bisa siapa?
Wah. Jadi Sobat UT, video yang udah di take di studio tadi, setelah itu kan masuk ke ruang editing yang kita udah lihat barusan. Dan hasilnya mau tahu seperti apa? Ini contohnya. Nah, ini dia video yang Sobat UT tonton, yang netizen tonton semua adalah hasil produksi tim P2M2. Bukan begitu Pak?
Betul, betul sekali Mbak Iren. Inilah yang bisa langsung kita bisa di UT TV juga bisa.
UT TV bisa ya,
di
Pak?
TV edukasi juga bisa.
Iya, jadi terima kasih banyak
Sama-sama,
sudah
Mbak
diajak
Iren.
keliling-keliling di P2M2
Iya.
ini. Semoga nanti besok-besok main-main lagi ya, Pak ya?
Boleh,
Kesini
boleh,
ya,
boleh.
Pak?
Dengan senang hati, Mbak Iren.
Ya, terima kasih banyak, Pak.
Oke.
Pak. Nah, Sobat UT, gimana? Keren banget kan semua fasilitas yang ada di P2M2 ini super high-tech. Jadi makin bangga kuliah di UT. Nah, Sobat UT, pertama kali Iren masuk ke lingkungan Universitas Terbuka ini, yang pertama kali terbesit adalah luas banget, bersih, dan asri. Tapi kok kayak ada yang aneh ya? Universitas sebesar ini sepi sekali. Nah, tapi ternyata setelah Iren masuk nih keliling-keliling di dalamnya, orang-orang di dalamnya itu bener-bener produktif banget dan profesional dengan segala alat yang super canggih. Jadi makin semangat banget kan kuliah di UT. Nah, kalian semua ayo jangan ragu lagi untuk kuliah di Universitas Terbuka. Sampai jumpa di vlog-vlog selanjutnya ya Sobat UT. Semoga dengan ini kita makin semangat berkuliah di Universitas Terbuka. Dan jangan lupa like and subscribe channel YouTube Universitas Terbuka untuk mendapatkan informasi-informasi seputar UT. Universitas Terbuka, making higher education open to all.
Alasan saya memilih Universitas Terbuka Jember. Apa ya? Pasti nungguin.
Bersama Universitas Terbuka, dimanapun dan kapanpun dapat terus belajar untuk meningkatkan kapasitas dan kualitas diri sepanjang hayat tanpa terkendala waktu, geografis, dan finansial. Dengan menempuh pendidikan di Universitas Terbuka, setiap anak muda dan segenap warga negara Indonesia dapat membangun harapan serta mimpi-mimpinya untuk terus berkembang dan meningkatkan kapasitas dan kualitas diri agar dapat menata hari esok yang lebih baik.
Universitas Terbuka menjangkau yang tidak terjangkau. Buy, buy, buy.
At Universitas Terbuka, tradition and innovation go hand in hand. As the first distance education institution in Indonesia, Universitas Terbuka was established to provide access to higher education for all Indonesians living across the country. Financial and geographical issues, as well as infrastructure challenges, were among the background to establish a massive open education system. Development of higher quality and more efficient infrastructure has significantly driven Universitas Terbuka to move forward. The development of user-friendly technology and the spread of mobile technology in rural areas have made a dramatic impact on the features of services and the characteristics of students. Having been promoted as the Cyber University of Indonesia, Universitas Terbuka has entered the new era of Industrial Revolution 4.0 by increasing the quality of learning services, infrastructures, and human resources. In doing so, Universitas Terbuka fosters and maintains effective strategic partnerships with domestic and foreign institutions. As a pioneer of distance learning in Indonesia, Universitas Terbuka was appointed to lead the establishment of the Indonesia Institute of Cyber Education, or ICE Institute. This institution is a regulatory agency to set standards in the distance learning. Recent improvements were carried out to provide meaningful learning services and opportunities, which include year-round registration system, pre-seasonal programs, learning clinic, modern curriculum design, enriched learning materials, interactive digital learning materials, guided e-learning that includes online tutorials, web-based tutorials, e-lecturing and e-seminar, online examination and online proctoring, employability skills training, and improve quality assurance system. The main goal of the initiative is to improve student academic performance. Universitas Terbuka believes that constant regulatory and technological changes have created an increased focus on effective governance and quality. External reviewers and auditors, including the International Council for Open and Distance Education, ICDE, are frequently invited to provide an independent and high level of rigorous scrutiny to all aspects. In addition, through continuous research and innovation, on its way to advocate for the global open education movement, Universitas Terbuka will become a globally respected open distance learning institution.
Sebagai mahasiswa, tidak asing lagi, hari-harinya banyak disibukkan dengan berbagai macam tugas. Membaca, menganalisa, mengkritisi, hingga melakukan penelitian. Mahasiswa tak perlu khawatir mencari sumber-sumber informasi yang berkualitas. Pustaka.ut.ac.id hadir untuk membantu melayani segenap sivitas akademik yang memerlukan informasi terbaru yang sesuai dengan bidang keilmuan. Dengan kehadiran teknologi, Perpustakaan Universitas Terbuka menyediakan berbagai layanan yang bisa diakses mahasiswa tanpa terbatas ruang dan waktu. Mahasiswa dapat mengakses semua layanan yang ada di perpustakaan berbasis web dengan menggunakan perangkat apa saja dalam genggaman kita, personal komputer, laptop, handphone, atau tablet, dengan terlebih dahulu melakukan login. Dengan teknologi ini dapat mengurangi penumpukan dokumentasi atau paperless, di samping menghemat tidak hanya ruang, tempat, bahkan uang. E-resource merupakan sumber informasi elektronik yang di dalamnya meliputi jurnal dan buku. Dengan e-resource, mahasiswa dapat mengunduh atau mendownload buku dan jurnal yang diinginkan. Pada fasilitas e-resource ini, materi buku dan jurnal dapat diunduh secara full text. Jika Anda sudah memiliki pilihan kata untuk pencarian jurnal atau buku, lakukan klik e-resource. Pilih jenis informasi yang diperlukan. E-journal atau e-book yang terdapat di dalam perpustakaan digital. Masukkan username dan password. Jika memakai jaringan internet UT, tidak perlu melakukan login. Masukkan kata kunci pencarian. Pilih bahan materi yang diinginkan. Anda bisa membacanya langsung atau menyimpan file hasil unduhan. Jika Anda menginginkan informasi jurnal lain pada perpustakaan digital UT, Anda bisa mengakses jurnal Indonesian Publication Index atau jurnal terkreditasi oleh Dikti atau LIPI tanpa memasukkan username dan password. Anda hanya perlu melakukan pencarian. Klik terakreditasi IP, ketik kata kunci yang diinginkan berdasarkan objek atau subjek bahan materi, klik link untuk membuka jurnal. Anda bisa membaca rangkuman jurnal. Jika Anda menginginkannya, bisa menyimpannya dengan link full text jurnal tersebut dalam bentuk PDF. Pada halaman menu e-resource kiri bawah, merekomendasikan seperti jurnal terbitan Universitas Terbuka, jurnal terakreditasi Dikti, dan jurnal bebas. Anda bisa klik icon atau link jurnal yang diinginkan. Anda akan dialihkan ke situs lain dan menampilkan rangkuman isi jurnal. Anda bisa menyimpannya dalam bentuk PDF. Jika Anda kesulitan dalam proses mengakses, Anda bisa membaca panduan penggunaan e-book yang berada di halaman menu e-resource atau bisa menghubungi Halo UT di 1500024 atau ke nomor telepon 021 749 0941 extension 2204 atau email pustaka@ikampus.ut.ac.id. Sekarang Anda siap menggunakannya. Bersama, manfaatkan berbagai fasilitas yang diberikan perpustakaan digital Universitas Terbuka. Biasakan membaca dan menulis karya ilmiah dari penerbit dan pustaka. Pastikan situs sumber informasi terpercaya dan akurat. Dari Perpustakaan Digital Universitas Terbuka, untuk pelajar dan pemustaka, dalam menjalani misi mencerdaskan anak bangsa. Pustaka Digital Universitas Terbuka, mengedukasi, mudah diakses, tanpa batas ruang dan waktu.
At Universitas Terbuka, tradition and innovation go hand in hand. As the first distance education institution in Indonesia, Universitas Terbuka was established to provide access to higher education for all Indonesians living across the country. Financial and geographical issues, as well as infrastructure challenges, were among the background to establish a massive open education system. Development of higher quality and more efficient infrastructure has significantly driven Universitas Terbuka to move forward. The development of user-friendly technology and the spread of mobile technology in rural areas have made a dramatic impact on the features of services and the characteristics of students. Having been promoted as the Cyber University of Indonesia, Universitas Terbuka has entered the new era of Industrial Revolution 4.0 by increasing the quality of learning services, infrastructures, and human resources. In doing so, Universitas Terbuka fosters and maintains effective strategic partnerships with domestic and foreign institutions. As a pioneer of distance learning in Indonesia, Universitas Terbuka was appointed to lead the establishment of the Indonesia Institute of Cyber Education, or ICE Institute. This institution is a regulatory agency to set standards in the distance learning. Recent improvements were carried out to provide meaningful learning services and opportunities, which include year-round registration system, pre-seasonal programs, learning clinic, modern curriculum design, enriched learning materials, interactive digital learning materials, guided e-learning that includes online tutorials, web-based tutorials, e-lecturing and e-seminar, online examination and online proctoring, employability skills training, and improve quality assurance system. The main goal of the initiative is to improve student academic performance. Universitas Terbuka believes that constant regulatory and technological changes have created an increased focus on effective governance and quality. External reviewers and auditors, including the International Council for Open and Distance Education, ICDE, are frequently invited to provide an independent and high level of rigorous scrutiny to all aspects. In addition, through continuous research and innovation, on its way to advocate for the global open education movement, Universitas Terbuka will become a globally respected open distance learning institution.
Isabil Lulungan itu memiliki fitur inbox, di mana fitur tersebut bisa digunakan oleh pengguna untuk berhubungan langsung dengan petugas perpustakaan, jadi secara tidak langsung bisa berkomunikasi. Nah, biasanya pun itu langsung dibales katanya sama tenaga perpustakaannya, jadi bisa dikonsultasikan. Nah, sedangkan kendalanya itu emang sih kadang suka terjadi error, makanya diadakannya fitur inbox itu untuk memudahkan apabila ada error sistemnya gitu.
Ini apakah aplikasi ini sudah pernah dijalankan atau diuji coba, Mbak?
Sebelumnya sih sudah, karena emang sudah ada di Play Store, jadi aplikasi tersebut udah ada yang mendownload itu sekitar 1.000 lebih, jadi sudah bisa di-download melalui App Store ataupun Play Store. Ya, contohnya seperti ini ya.
Oh, seperti itu ya.
Ya, jadi di Play Store pun sudah ada, jadi bisa di-download, dan lumayan koleksinya pun sudah beragam, mulai dari komik sampai buku bacaan ringan sampai buku pelajaran pun sudah ada.
Ya. Oke, terima kasih, Mbak.
Baik, Pak.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, finally we come to the end of the presentation. We want to say thanks to the presenter for the exciting presentation and great presentation, and also we all of the audience for your active participation. Hopefully, the presentation will be beneficial for everyone. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dan kita langsung kembali ke kelas utama ya. Terima kasih semuanya.
Terima kasih Mas Surya.
Terima kasih semuanya.
Mbak Diva, terima kasih.
Sehat-sehat.
Recording stopped.
gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. Welcome back to the third Open Society Conference. We have had a productive and inspiring time together, and today's conference is about to come to the very end. Before we reach there, I would like to remind all the participants to please mute your microphone during the conference. Thank you so much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, let us now pick more knowledge from the second panel discussion session. Therefore, please, without further ado, Mr. Daniel Pasaribu, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, dear honorable speakers and participants of the third Open Society Conference 2021.
Well, thank you, Ayubi. Now, let us start to the panel discussion sessions 2. And I would like to apologize for the inconvenience. So, dear participants, colleagues, and distinguished speakers, in the second sessions, I would like to remind you all that you have to mute your audio while the distinguished speakers presenting the materials. This second sessions is also still broadcasted on Universitas Terbuka channel on YouTube. Dear participants, colleagues, and distinguished speakers, the sudden outbreak of COVID-19 has affected many aspects in our lives. People all over the world are forced to adapt with the new normal. This situation has accelerated the digital transformations in the wide range of domains. The migration to digital technology is a new way to deal with any situations under the pressure of the pandemic. Classes are conducted using video conference. The use of mobile phone applications on tracking virus spread. The use of social media, and many more. Therefore, this conference is very important to find measures of the challenges and risks that happened in our life during this pandemic COVID-19. Before I turn to our distinguished speakers, dear participants and colleagues, I would like to read the profile of our distinguished speakers today. The first speaker is Mr. Agung Suprio. Mr. Agung Suprio graduated from Universitas Indonesia. He took political science. In 2015, he served as executive director of the Indonesia Public Policy Institute, or IPPI. And in 2016, Mr. Agung was selected as an Indonesian National Television, or TVRI, guest announcer on the program Meeting Point. In 2016, Mr. Agung was selected as a commissioner of the Central Indonesia Broadcasting Commissions, or KPI, for the 2016 until 2019 period. And he is also serving as a coordinator of the management of broadcasting structure and system. And in the next period, he was entrusted to become the chairman of KPI for 2019 to 2022. The second speaker is Mr. Ardi Sutedja. He was graduated from Universitas Indonesia. He took a bachelor in law, and he completed his master degree at State University of New York. He took business administrations. For work experience, he has a lot of work experiences. He is a president director of Indonesia Dirgantara Expo, focusing on aviation and maritime technology. He is a founder of Indonesia Cybersecurity Forum and Indonesia Chief Information Officers Forum. He is also chairman of Asosiasi Forensik Digital Indonesia Honorary Council. And for your information, his work experience include cybersecurity strategy, governance and compliance, IT risk assessment, cyber threat, vulnerability assessment, IT security design and implementations, and incident management and data loss protection or privacy services, both in government and private sectors for approximately 28 years. The third distinguished speaker is Dr. Sri Sediyaningsih. Ibu Dr. Sri Sediyaningsih, or familiarly known as Dian Budiargo, is a senior lecturer at Communication Science, Universitas Terbuka. She is the head of the Center for International Relationship Development and Partnership, Universitas Terbuka. Ibu Dr. Dian Budiargo received her doctorate in Communication Science from Universitas Indonesia in 2010. She started her career as a lecturer and TVRI news presenter from 1987 to 2001. She's also active as a trainer in communication and ethics and as a presenter in national and international seminars. She is currently in the management of ESG in certifications and the ASPICOM Expert Council. Her research interest is communications, especially distance communication or computer-mediated communications. Her concern to people with visual impairments was shown through her research, which created a learning assistant model for the people with visual impairments. Those are the impressive profile of our distinguished speakers for today. And now, we start our panel discussions. I would like to turn the floor to our first distinguished speakers, to Mr. Agung Suprio. The floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, dear honorable speakers and participants of the Third Open Society Conference 2021. Allow me, as the chairman of the Indonesian Broadcasting Commission, to deliver a short presentation related to the role of the Indonesian Broadcasting Commission in handling COVID-19 and broadcasting digitalization in Indonesia. As written on the law of the Republic Indonesia number 32 of 2002, broadcasting as a mass communication activity shall have function as a medium of information, education, positive entertainment, control, and social adhesive. To oversee and implement these broadcasting duties, the Indonesian Broadcasting Commission was established as an independent state institution. The Indonesian Broadcasting Commission, abbreviated as KPI, Komisi Penyiaran Indonesia, is given the authority to draft rules and establish a code of conduct on broadcasting and standard for broadcast program. In Indonesia, P3 dan SPS, Pedoman Perilaku Penyiaran dan Standar Program Siaran. Then, KPI oversees the implementation and imposes sanctions on violations of broadcasting regulation. Lastly, KPI also coordinates and cooperates with the government, broadcasting institutions, and the public. KPI consists of the Central Indonesian Broadcasting Commissions based in capital city and the Regional Indonesian Broadcasting Commission as representatives in 33 provinces. Until the end of 2021, the Central KPI will supervise 19 network television broadcasting institutions or national television and 13 national radio broadcasting institutions. It will also coordinate with regional KPI in the supervision of local broadcasting institutions and network members. Therefore, KPI position and role is very strategic to monitor and ensure the availability of information to the public following the values of Pancasila and other Indonesia's regulations. Ladies and gentlemen, President Joko Widodo has officially stated that COVID-19 is a national disaster following Presidential Decree number 12 of 2020 concerning the declaring the coronavirus disease 2019 as a national disaster. This decree has been in effect since April 13, 2020. The latest data shows a turnout increased COVID-19 cases. As a result, this has pushed KPI to issue an appeal letter to network private television broadcasting institutions and national radios regarding broadcast content during the COVID-19 pandemic period which contained first, intensifying public service advertisements on health protocols and vaccinations in broadcasting institutions. Second, broadcasting institutions, especially television, are expected to lead by example by implementing health protocols in broadcast programs. Third, host talents, broadcasters convey in awareness of COVID-19 transmission and vaccinations. Fourth, soap opera programs to convey health protocols, appeals, and vaccination campaigns. Fifth, increased learning content considering that the learning process is carried out online. In addition to the steps above, KPI also issued policies which are as follows. First, Central Indonesian Broadcasting Commission Decree number 12 of 2020 concerning broadcasting institution support in efforts to prevent and overcome the spread of COVID-19. Second, Central Indonesian Broadcasting Commission Circular on the coronavirus outbreak. Third, Central Indonesian Broadcasting Commission Circular on the participation of broadcasting institutions in overcoming the coronavirus outbreak. Fourth, appeals and evaluations of broadcast content during the COVID-19 pandemic. Fifth, action letter follow up on the results of the health protocols evaluation at broadcasting institutions on vaccination. Sixth, request for the dissemination of learning from home programs, and circular letter number 2 of 2021 concerning implementation of broadcast in the month of Ramadan. KPI also coordinates with institution ministry as an effort to strengthen prevention and socialization of the implementation of health protocols and vaccination campaigns in broadcasting institutions, including the Ministry of Health of the Republic of Indonesia, the Ministry of Education and Culture of the Republic of Indonesia, the Presidential Staff Office, and the COVID-19 Handling Task Force. And the result will report to the Indonesian House of Representatives. This policy was carried out by KPI as support for government programs in handling COVID-19 and encouraging people's behavior to comply with health protocol through broadcasting institutions. In addition to the role of KPI in handling COVID-19 through broadcasting institutions, we need to convey that Indonesia is currently preparing to implement analog switch off or migration from analog to digital television based on the law of the Republic of Indonesia number 11 of 2020 on job creation. In the discussion on the broadcasting cluster, it mentioned the due date of analog switch off is by November 2022. KPI fully supports analog switch off. Why? Because it is considered to provide benefits both in broadcasting and telecommunications. Analog switch off will generate broader economic benefits, including more efficient frequency, can be used for broadband utilizations and internet acceleration, so that it will be practical for other business opportunities. In addition, through analog switch off, KPI will overcome the spillover of foreign broadcasts, especially in border areas. Encourage diversity of content, equal distribution of information and nationalism, education and entertainment. Thereby, public can enjoy clearer, and more sophisticated television content. KPI is participating in the broadcasting digitalization implementation task force formed by the Ministry of Communication and Information of the Republic of Indonesia. In addition, KPI is also coordinating with regional KPI throughout Indonesia to disseminate information on analog switch off implementation to the public, encouraging an even distribution of set-top box by both the government and regional MOOCs winners. To deal with the development or source in the broadcasting industry business, which is the result of analog switch off, KPI has anticipated the surge effect and set up measures to deepen its statutory supervision duties through comparative studies to other countries, as well as preparing a blueprint for supervision and utilizing artificial intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very honored to be here with other great speakers in the third Open Society Conference organized by Universitas Terbuka. Hopefully, this forum can generate much needed optimism during and post-pandemic to encourage the application of digital media as an advantage and democratic information medium for Indonesia and international communities. Shalom, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Agung Suprio. Dear participants and colleagues, I would like to inform you that Pak Agung is not available to join us on this conference. So what we have watched, what we have heard was the taping video of Pak Agung. So I can say that you are allowed to ask the questions addressed to our two distinguished speakers today who are available. That is Mr. Ardi Sutedja and Ibu Dr. Sri Sediyaningsih. Okay, well, now we turn to the second distinguished speaker, and to Mr. Ardi Sutedja. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Pak Daniel. It is my pleasure to be invited to address this prestigious forum. And I'd like to express my deep appreciation and thanks to the organizing committee, the Civitas Academica of the School of Law and Politics of Universitas Terbuka, my distinguished fellow panelists. And the topic that I'm about to address to you all is somewhat different, and it's not easy to talk about something with the nature as a technology, the nature of technology. And I'm quite sure majority of you are a newcomer to technology. So please bear with me. What I'm about to convey to you will be somewhat not easy to understand. Yeah, and I will try to be very brief on my presentation, and hopefully that what I'm about to present to you can be well understood, and hopefully that it will generate more questions. Before I can begin with my presentation, please allow me to share my screen from my computer. Can anyone see the screen now?
Yes, I can see. Okay.
Okay, good. Okay, let's begin. I don't want to go through every frame of the screen, but just going to do the snapshot of my presentation. Yeah, let's begin with something which is I don't think anyone will talk about it. Yeah, the moderator just already mentioned my biodata just now. Very simple. This is my full biodata, which all of you can address later on after this presentation. But one of the most important thing when we talk about digital technology is we have to look at everything from the helicopter view. What is digital technology and why we have to look from the above, and where are we going? This is somewhat something that not many people will understand and never look at the technology. Why? Because we took everything what we have now for granted, and we never thought about it, how this entire technology came into our lap, and how it's we are now using it. Second, to looking at the helicopter view, we have to look at the digital technology from its landscape. Yeah, most of us, as I mentioned earlier, that we take the technology for granted, but we never imagine things through the facts. Yeah? How it came about, how it was developed, who started the technology. And this is very important going back to the historical fact about the technology. And now I'm quite sure that all of you are now quite aware that when we talk about digital technology, it's now becoming a war. We don't realize it, but it is a war. It's not only a war of technology, but it is also a war of content. Yeah, how to craft a content which is positive and how to craft a content which is negative. This is already happening right in front of our eyes now, and this is very important to understand why this is going to have an impact on our daily life, not only in our life but also in the business community and so on. Yeah, and why is this very important? That I bring it up because of this. Yeah, if you learn about communication, it's always start with reputation. Saying the wrong things, convey the wrong things, can jeopardize everything that you have built for so many years. Yeah, this is what happened in various countries. Yeah, without realizing it. Yeah, I'm quite sure a lot of you have read a lot of this news on the media about how countries misuse the technology and what are the short-term outlook and the risks, yeah, relating to the use of the technology and the trend by region of the risks. And this is also very important. Why is the risk very important to discuss? Because without all of us realizing it, the value of all the digital attack that's already happening is very, very big in terms of value in US dollars. And the number is not declining. Furthermore, yeah, the data breach that has already happened in the last few years in 2019 has already reached 4.1 billion US dollars globally. And the reality, people misuse or hack the digital technology in every 39 seconds. Another reality, 95% of the breach, yeah, the cybersecurity breach, data leakage is because of human factor. And there are 1.5 million cyber crime that is happening every day in the world. Again, this attack always 14 seconds. And a lot of these issues that I have just now conveyed to you is becoming a management problem that must be addressed, not only from the middle management, but has to be addressed from the top management of any organization or company that is using technology. And bear in mind, the risk of data breach, cyber attack is not declining. It is happening almost every day, and the numbers are increasing. Let's look what are the threats that we are now facing in our digital world. These are some of the statistics or the stat that has already been happening in Indonesia. Yeah, you may just glance at them very quickly, and there are various points of the timeline that most of you must understand that's already happening in Indonesia. Second, there are principles about the technology that we are about to embrace. Yeah, and there are a lot of issues that we must learn in order to understand the wide implication of using the digital technologies. And without realizing it, a lot of the technology that we are now using is actually a combination of various technologies that we have been using separately in our life. Yeah. Now it's being compressed into a single device called the smartphone. Again, we have to look at the historical fact about the technology. Yeah. It started in 1958, and we are now in 2021, and now in 60 seconds, there's so many activities that's happening in our digital space, yeah, of various, not only in broadcast, but also in application that we are using now. And more technology are going to come very soon. As been outlined by Agung just now, that there are several focuses that Indonesia are now looking at in developing their digital technologies. One is for the telecommunications. Second, it is for digital services. Thirdly, about the security, which is the cybersecurity. Why is it important that we map out cybersecurity and incorporate them in our plan? Because of the various threats that's already happening to our digital space. And many times that we heard, yeah, the phrase of digital transformation, and this is how the landscape. Yeah, so many technologies that we must implement, we must learn. But the truth about this technology, we are only users of the technology. We don't develop this technology. We just use them, and we don't know a lot about all these technologies that's been mentioned on your screen. And let's grant some of the facts that's pertinent to Indonesia. This is our statistical graph about internet users in Indonesia, and the numbers are increasing. The numbers of cell phone users actually double, much more compared to the numbers of population. The connectivity of cell phones are also increasing. Mobile apps, so many mobile apps now being developed. Yeah, every day, every minute, and we're now just learning that there's so many that we have to learn in terms of application. Again, digital technology also spiraled the growth of e-commerce, especially now during the pandemic. But again, these are just technology that's been conveyed to us. But in order to prepare for us to embrace this technology, we have to also know the fact and the weaknesses in our country before we can embrace any further. One of the issues that we need to highlight is relating to cultural and behavioral change of all of us. Yeah, in the past, most of us can relate, communicate with our families, our friends, face to face. Nowadays, everyone's so busy with their gadget, there is no personal interaction anymore. Second, there are a shift in basic human needs. Yeah. Long time ago, we consider sembako or a basic necessity as a basic need. Now, pulsa, your top up are now considered to be part of the basic necessity. The other thing that is now changing without us realizing it is the way we communicate with one another. We are now using so many technologies to communicate. Yeah. But with all these technologies we are using and we are learning, is it making us much more smarter? This is a question that most of us must now face and answer for ourselves. The other thing, Bapak Presiden have also outlined the need to go into digital, yeah, and the pandemic itself has actually focused on the growth of the technology. But again, we still have a lot of problems that we need to prepare for our people to use and use the technology and understand the risks. And let's look at some of the risks that we're going to face in terms of the technology. Yeah. These are some of the risks that we're facing in our digital sphere, yeah, which is already now already happening as well to some of us. There's a lot of identity theft going on, yeah. the government website have been compromised, and this is going to go on and go on without any stop. And why is cybersecurity becoming very strategic now? Because all technology that we are now use and face has all the vulnerability. There is not a single technology anywhere in the world which is safe. And this is the true fact. Second to that, cybersecurity is now becoming a national security issue because it can relate to our stability in our economics, social, and of course, our defense posture. And this is some of the issues that we must understand why cybersecurity is very strategic. My apologies that I was not able to translate this in English, but to our majority of our Indonesian participant, I can see that this might be well explained. Yeah, why is cybersecurity becoming very important? And this is also another fact that you must all understand, that the impact from any cyber attack to any of us is very grave. There are 4 issues that we must understand. Impact, first of all, is the physical damage. Second is the economic damage. Third is the physical impairment that most of us going to experience. And of course, with any breach that's already happening, it opens the can of worms to our weak security posture. And let's look at another why this is becoming very important, and the stages why cyber attack can also destroy our livelihood. And what are the forms of cyber attack? Yeah, these are what we call syntaxis attack, which consists of digital virus, worm, Trojan horse, and there is also a semantic attack, which is what we know commonly known as hoax. Yeah, misleading information, disinformation. As with any other cyber attack anywhere in the world, it will start with something which is gradually increased. There is no cyber attack without any previous attempt to disrupt. All cyber attack does not happen suddenly. We only come to know about cyber attack when the media announce it, but it is actually already happened far before it was announced by the media. And the problem why this is happening, because of various issues. Again, there's legal issues, technical issues, organization, readiness, yeah, capacity building, cooperation. And again, these are the 6 issues that we must understand before we understand what we are going to embark and use the technologies. Are we ready to use the technology based on our organization's readiness? Do we understand the risk and the impact? Do we have enough capability to defend ourselves? Do we have the capability to detect? Do we have capability to mitigate the attack? And of course, the recovery. How are we going to recover? Yeah. These are some of the issues that all of us must understand. Yeah. And I'm going to touch base something which is more concerned to our well-being, which is personal data protection and privacy. And this is very important. Why? Because we are about to embark on a new phase of our journey, yeah, into digital, but we have no adequate protection in terms of legal and knowledge. That's why personal data.
Pardon me, Mr. Ardi.
Yes.
You still have 4 minutes left to complete your presentations.
Okay, I'll make this quick. Thank you. And again, you should know that everything that we use collect data, yeah, including your personal data and so on. Why personal data or PII is very strategic to those who who steal personal data. This is why. Personal data can be misused, can be misused and can be used into any other forms of criminal act. And PII mostly found in most applications that we use. And where does the data leakage originated? 90% of data leakage originate from our incapabilities to manage our data. That's why we call the 90-10 rules. Now, the practice of cybersecurity focus on three areas. It's to ensure confidentiality, integrity, and availability, which is abbreviated as CIA. This is the most important thing about the feature of cybersecurity. And let's have a look at some of the issues relating to cybersecurity today. We have the issues relating to the pandemic. Why are people targeting research of the pandemic to obtain the data of the pandemic research? Because data is the new oil, and whatever they manage to obtain through illegal means, meaning hacking, does have a economic value. And let's look at the healthcare information. This is also something which is very important for all of us to safeguard, so it cannot fall into the wrong hand. And let me just go through this further. And these are the challenges that we're going to face when we enter the new technology called the digital technology. I have mentioned earlier, behavior is the challenge, one of the challenges. Secondly is the human challenge. How do we develop our capabilities and knowledge about the technology? And challenge number 3, how do we build our digital culture to understand what we are facing? Challenge number 4 is the capability to manage crisis, which we have seen in few other companies, which is what's not done correctly, and as a result, it impacts the reputation of the company. And the fifth challenge is, of course, how to protect the data and the privacy of our constituent, our customer, the citizen. And number 6, future technologies. We call it emerging technology. These are also challenges for us to understand, to manage, before we can embark and use the technology. And how do we overcome this? Again, we must understand the entire matrix of the technology, knows the risks, and how to manage them. And this cannot be borne only by the government, cannot be borne by a single person, cannot be borne by government ministry. It has to be borne by all of us. That's why we have collective responsibility to understand the entire issues and risks of digital technologies. Having said that, I'd like to conclude my presentation by saying terima kasih, and hopefully what I'm about to convey in a very short time can be of interest, informative, and useful to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ardi Sutedja, for interesting and excellent material. And now we go to the third speaker, Ibu Dr. Sri Sediyaningsih. To Ibu Dr. Sri Sediyaningsih, the floor is yours.
Oke, terima kasih Mas Daniel. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and all participants. This morning, Ibu Normah already discussed about this information and information ecosystem, and then followed by Prof. Flor, who talked about the opportunity and challenges in cyber era, and Pak Priyo about broadcasting regulation, and Pak Ardi about the challenges that we have to be mindful of in the cyber world. It's a great presentation. Maybe I have the same references with Pak Adri. And to discuss this afternoon, I will discuss about what can be done to anticipate all those from communication perspective, maybe academic perspective. Mas Daniel and all participants, I'm still coughing a little bit, so I need your permission. I will be sharing my recorded presentation. Maybe panitia bisa bantu saya untuk share video.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all participants. I hope you are all staying safe and healthy. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to this prestigious conference. And I would also like to thank all the participants who are present today, especially who are present today. And early this morning, two key presenters in the first panel session and another two before me in the afternoon session have presented on several things that is related to how to face the digital ecosystem that presents both opportunities and challenges. In order to complete it, I would like to take on the discussion from a communication point of view in anticipating or facing the challenges that have to be dealt with in the digital era, especially on how can we make the communicative behaviors in the digital era as a constructive behavior. All participants, to discuss this, let me share this PowerPoint. All participants, my topic is communication challenges in the digital era, building a new habit. Why I choose the topic? I will start with some fact about the existing condition. First, the data from January 2021 show that the total number of internet users in Indonesia is around more than 200 million from the total population of 274 million, more than 274 million. If compared to 2020's data, there is an increase of 16%. In addition, there are 170 million social media users, which is 62% of the total population. At the same time, there are more than 300 million mobile connections in Indonesia, which is equivalent to 125% of the total population. This means that a person can have more than one gadget. In terms of age, teenager and youth are the highest user of the internet, percentage-wise. The nation in the Indonesia golden era of 2045. And then the result of the study by Microsoft Digital Civility Index show the civility of the internet user of netizen throughout 2020 are alarming, since the level of civility of Indonesian netizen is very low. And then on the learning side, with the breakout of the COVID-19 pandemic, all of a sudden everything is done online. And then I took for several illustrations. The picture illustrates the interaction within a family and the children. As we can see, that they are all in the dining table, but the parents are playing with their gadgets. And so with these kids who are supposedly interacting, but each of them are busy with their own gadget. The situation is called pubbing. Any act of insult against anyone in his or her social environment by constantly paying attention to his or her cellular phone instead of talking and interacting to the person around them. I took from Hey. And then from above description. Is it appropriate if we say that the social media does not only connect people who are far away, distance-wise, but it's also push away people who are in close proximity with? This is a form of the current interaction that occur through social media, which is an impact of technology advancement. Okay, all participants, speaking of the interaction issue, certainly there is communication contained therein. However, what really makes and encourages me to share and select this topic is the result of Microsoft research that placed Indonesia in an unfavorable position. In our millennial, if our millennial children do not have a good habit and are less civilized in making utterance through social media today, what would Indonesia be in the next 20 years? As this millennial generation will eventually become the leaders of the future. Furthermore, in my research that I conducted on teenagers comprised of junior and senior high school students, it shown that the message content in social media influence their mindset, especially if the message are sent by an influencer, public figure, or their idol. So that finding is only a small portion of what we have seen in our daily life. We also often encounter issues in the workplace, social environment, and even in the household, whereby communication is being accused as the root cause, such as there were no proper communication in place, communication breakdown, miscommunication, and etc. But is it true that those are due to communication? Other questions are arise. Who should be responsible for such problem? Is it me, you, the education system, the government, social media, the technology, or the communication itself? All participants, in discussing this matter, the presentation shall be a reminder to all of us that the future is in our hands. The purpose of this discussion is to look at the challenges of communication in building an ecosystem that will form a good interacting behavior in the digital era. The technology advancement have brought changes in various aspects, especially in the field of communication, in the way in which information is being presented. Why do I use communication as the basis of the discussion? Besides the fact that I studied communication, as I understand it, there is not a single one of us who do not communicate. Communication is everything. Everyone communicates. Based on those background, through this discussion, I would like to discuss how communication can be used as the basis in building new habits in the digital era. All participants, moreover, the civility issues or politeness in web surfing are also becoming my area of attention. What would it be like if these millennial children do not behave politely and properly in virtual world, while they're actually going to be the future successor of the nation? Quoting from Solomon, said that millennials are those who are within the age range 15 until 24 years old, and they perceive the technology as a media to simplify the work or assist them to perform their job. And then there are the social generation who prefer collaboration and cooperation and would rather have adventures to seek and to have the knowledge of anything, including the existing value. And then furthermore, based on my observation from the paper that the committee has received, none of them talks about ethics and etiquette. Therefore, it's encouraged me further to discuss about the problem of interaction in digital era, such as what are the communication challenges in making new habits in this digital era. What are the relationships between communication, etiquette, and habits? All participants, communication is present in an interaction that occur in a community or can be referred to as an ecosystem. Since its communication process must occur in a context, hence it cannot be taken out of its context. With the existence of interaction in the virtual world, it changed the context of communication, and I would refer to it as decontextual, which is a form of communication that does not include any social signs entirely. It starts from the social sign in form of the environment where the communication takes place up to the nonverbal sign attached to the participants who are communicating. Actually, virtual communication is not very different from face-to-face communication. What makes it different is the participants and what is involved in it. In order to discuss the challenges of communication in shaping the habits in the digital era, there are a number of references that I have selected to have a more focused discussion on this topic. There are 4 theory for my attention focus on for the discussion: social presence theory, literacy digital, education, and etiquette. If we talk about social presence theory, in face-to-face interaction, all social signs are present together in the communication process. So the meaning that is formed can be comprehensive. Unlike interaction through social media, social signs are not entirely able to follow the communication process that occur. For this reason, more effort are needed to estimate the various social signs and interacting. Social presence theory discusses how to see the physical differences produced by various media variation, such as face-to-face and online interaction. Presence theory is measured by the ability to project a person's physical, emotional presence and experiences in interacting. I took it from Castillo, Guionis in 2008. Relationships that occur through social media interaction are very dependent on the expectation of the sender of the message. The internet is media, it does not replace face-to-face interaction. So, the selection of replacing words or emoticon, emotext must be done very carefully. All participants from digital literacy I took from Olurundari. He said that digital literacy is a skill required in the industrial 4.0, so it's very important. From the data presented by Hotsuite 2021 above, it appears that the number of social media users in Indonesia are very high in comparison to the existing population. From the diagram above, it can be seen that many of us have more than one mobile devices. Besides that, social media users are already more than 50% of the population. This shows that social media activity is very high. On the other hand, when viewed from the profile of social media user, it's shown that the highest users are in the age range of 18 until 34 years. This illustrates that young people dominate the use of mobile devices. The question that arises is, are the media users literate? This is challenge in the technology development. The result of my research conducted by 2018 on educator show that all teachers utilize mobile devices as a means of communication. When asked on the effect of using mobile devices, they are only aware that this is communication media, but not aware of the consequences of communicating using that media. This illustrates that we as educators who are expected to be able to transfer their knowledge to their students are not having proper understanding on the effect of media use, especially mobile devices. Wanda 2012 said, human and communication technology are integrated and interact with each other. Other statements said that humans adjust the environment, including ICT, that change their mindset. From this media literacy, there are several factors that must be also considered, namely creativity, critical thinking, culture, social understanding, collaboration, and, this is important, the ability to find and select information. This requirement poses a challenge for Indonesia, whereby the user of mobile devices are more than half the population. The challenge is, do they understand the digital media well enough? Okay, after we talk about digital literacy, now we talk about education. Why education? Life is an education process, both intentionally or unintentionally. and also formally and non-formally. Education is started from the minute we know the word from our parents as part of the family, up to the moment when we know our society ranging from a small scale of the community to the worldwide community. Therefore, it can be said that education is the key of success of nation in this virtual or digital era. The learning environment can be described in this figure. There are three components: learner, technology, and context. These three components would create someone's attitude, behavior, skills, and knowledge. From the figure, it can be seen that the learning process takes place in a context. Technology itself is an infrastructure that supports the learning process. However, technology can also form a culture if habits are formed as a result of the use of technology as media. Thus, the habits in such communication process become the challenge for all of us on how to ensure that us, especially the future generation on this nation, can have a good habit in interaction process. Let us imagine what would happen if we are highly educated and sophisticated in terms of technology, yet we do not have good will. Therefore, education should always include both ethics and etiquette, as they are the crucial parts that need to be present constantly throughout the education process. It seems simple, yet the result could be very impactful or influential. All participants, ethics and etiquette. Okay, ethics and etiquette of communication. As a branch of philosophy, etiquette is related to right or wrong, which is closely related to context. In interacting, it's very important to understand the etiquette of communication, because everyone has different way of interacting. Communication and etiquette are inherent in human life. Either we interact with purpose or without purpose. There is no form of communication that can be separated from ethic and etiquette. These are, that there are things that are often forgotten but are actually important, which is the etiquette relating to how we value other parties in communicating. And this etiquette is a challenge in itself. Building healthy relationship is a very basic thing in human life. Before discussing the etiquette of communication, we should understand what communication and communication etiquette means, so that we have a common understanding. As we know, communication is known to have several forms. Let me set my PowerPoint. Okay. Communication is known to have several forms, such as interpersonal, and then there is interaction between one another in face-to-face manner. Group communication is communication that occurs in a group, and mass communication, that is communication that occurs through mass media, either print or electronic. Communication etiquette is something that governs the way we communicate. With the advancement of technology, interaction occurred through a variety of media, especially social media that can be personal and also impersonal. Therefore, social media is considered as intermediated personal communication. Basically, the process of interaction between humans is based on interpersonal communication. And Burleson said that the characteristic of interpersonal communication are characterized by communicative relationship, whereby communication is a joint action based on shared understanding. This is why etiquette is very crucial in communication process. All participants from several grounds that I have explained just now, then what are the challenges of communication now and then? As we know that the communication process converts and has always been a part of culture, because communication must occur within a culture. Any sign, symbol, and also codes are used to form shared understanding within a group of people. Meaning is formed by culture, and culture is transmitted over the process called socialization through the process of enculturation. All this process occur through interpersonal communication or impersonal communication, including those communicated through printed and electronic media. In initiating discussion about the communication process, let us look back on Harold de Laswell model that is widely known in 1948 as a propaganda. Although Laswell approach is inclined to mass communication, but it can also be used in the process of interpersonal communication. Laswell communication model has 5 components that can be applied into the process of interpersonal mediated communication. What differentiates the two is that Laswell is more inclined toward communication through the mass media, whereas interpersonal mediated communication is more inclined to social media that can be either synchronous or asynchronous. Okay, before I conclude my presentation, I just want to say we can start developing or habituating good communication from our family. Family relationship is the most important that needs to be built as family is the core of a society. The existing technology should not deprive our attribute of humanity or intimacy in the family, but it must stay connected in accordance with the basic needs of human being accepted, love, and control. Humans communicate to articulate their needs, wishes, and ideas or interests. In addition, they also need to express their feeling and emotion, whether it's sadness or happiness. All are communicated in various forms, both verbal and non-verbal. Hence, communication is the center of human existence and function as a channel wherein humans can interact one another. Through communication, any individual can connect and establish relationship with others and find friendship. Okay, all participants from the above discussion, it can be concluded that from the angle of social present theory, someone present cannot be fully replaced by an emoticon or through a video, but those things can help to adapt to an interaction. And then social media provides a lot of influence to our life. It all comes back to our ability to utilize it wisely. The social identity formation may occur through their interaction via social media, hence social identity are formed visually. So be careful about this. The present consequence of the communication form is the existence of interface among the people and technology that reduce our presence. Nearly all forms of interaction among humans are communicative acts that are digitally enabled, observable, and recordable by others. What this means is that technology underpins almost every aspect of human life, resulting in a reliance on them to communicate with one another. So, with this condition, what should we do? Interaction through the internet is interaction that occurs anywhere, and it's actually the same as face-to-face. Our messages are expressed by our attitude. Humanly, we all follow the same 3 principles, being love, recognize, and control. We, as senior, parents, and member of the community, should be able to become a role model for all the younger people or a role model for all the people surrounding us. Education should not be assigned or delegated to the formal institution or government. Instead, we should start our own education from our smallest environment, our family. Digital literacy should constantly be provided, and we, as senior, again, should always be willing to learn and understand. Ethics and etiquette must serve as the foundation of our daily life. All participants, finally, what I have illustrated above seems simple, and yet in reality, ethics and etiquette are the underpinning aspect of the interaction. Goodwill and manner in which we express our idea, thoughts, if it nurtures since the early childhood, would enable us to change our behavior in the digital media. I hope that discussion can remind ourselves of the importance of etiquette in interaction. Finally, understanding the application of ethic and etiquette in interaction through communication can be used to build a good digital ecosystem, digital environment in the cyber world, and make us more intellectual human being. Thank you.
Okay, Mas Daniel, that was the end of my presentation. And please kindly provide your feedback. Now I'm giving the floor back to the moderator. Mas Daniel.
Thank you, Ibu Dr. Dian Budiarto. Thank you for the excellent presentations. Before we go to the Q&A, first of all, I would like to send my gratitude and appreciations to Ibu Dian Budiarto for being able to attend this conference under your current physical conditions.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I wish you all of the good and healthy vibes, Ibu.
Thank you.
Dear participants and colleagues, now it's time for Q&A. For your informations that the questions are addressed only to two distinguished speakers, that is Mr. Ardi and Ibu Dian Budiarto. Now the first question is for Mr. Ardi Sutedja from Inhina. The question is, phishing is still common in Indonesia. Meanwhile, internet users in Indonesia are increasing. What is your opinion about this? What needs to be improved in Indonesia in this cyber landscape? Mr. Ardi, please.
Thank you for the question from Indina. I have been asked this question many times, yeah, and I'm going to also convey the same thing to everyone in the audience, in the participants, yeah. What is why phishing? Phishing is actually deceptive way of communicating with somebody who are being considered to be a target for criminal act, yeah, by those who are committing the act. So the way they deceive the target is using the target's weaknesses in terms of understanding the ecosystem. Yeah, especially now during the pandemic, there are a lot of factors which is making people are vulnerable to a lot of this phishing attack because of the pandemic itself has also incapacitated most of us in focusing to our personal well-being, yeah, the family's well-being, people around us. So they're not to focus on people trying to decept them through emails, yeah, claiming so and so they're selling things, they need they're going to give away things, But it is something a criminal practice which has now been practiced for quite a while before the digital era. It's been there. It is the oldest way of it is the oldest crime modus in history. Yeah, people. But why is phishing now very rampant in the world? Because of the technology. They're using email. In the past, when people trying to trick you, to deceive you, they use the conventional way of doing a face-to-face, yeah, face-to-face penipuan, yeah, or trickster. Yeah? It's the same thing. But now there's a technology, but basically it is still the same thing. They just target people who has a lot of vulnerabilities, especially considering the current environment that all of us are facing, yeah, with the pandemic and so on. And yeah, it is a good issue to discuss. How can we overcome this problem? There is not a magic approach, yeah, that we can solve all this problem. It's basically a human being issue, yeah, for them to understand. But one thing that I must remind everyone, yeah, most of us, when we are growing up, our parents always taught us to not to speak to strangers. Yeah, I mean, this is actually come from our own household. Yeah, people, our parents, our grandmothers, our elders that keep reminding us a long time ago that we are not supposed to talk to strangers. And this is rule of thumb. You don't commit to something, somebody who's offering you something which you don't even recognize. This is just nonsense. Yeah, you cannot trust people that you don't even know, you don't even never met physically, and suddenly out of the blue, provide is offering you some ridiculous offering. This is something that people should prepare to understand. Yeah, the way to understand this, would then also concur, that you have to develop your digital literacy capabilities. Yeah, you have to learn. Yeah, you have to discuss like this through this kind of forum. We have to exchange experience. Yeah, our bad experience is actually a good experience to share. But there is not a magic approach to solve this problem. But the only way that I can suggest is, just remember what we have been taught from our household, yeah, from our parents, yeah, and you just learn what we can. I mean, this is a frequent problem now happening in our digital world. So you just have to develop our talents, intuitive capabilities to understand which is right, which is wrong. Maybe that's what I can convey.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ardi Sutedja, for a very excellent answer from our speakers. Now the question is for Ibu Dian Budiargo. The question is from Agus Rianto. We believe that there has been a great shift in the way we communicate, especially with the intense use of social media and other computer-mediated channels. What rules and ethics should we pay attention most in order to establish good communication? Please, Ibu.
Yeah, thank you, Mas Agus Rianto. It's a good question. We believe that there has been a great shift in the way of communicate. I agree with this. But how we have to do in the distant learning and the digital era? As I have an illustration. We communicate each other with a media in the cyber era, in the virtual space. We never know what happened in the other side. We never know. Is it in the sad condition, in the cold weather, or everything? So what should we do? We have to have a good imagine to think about the other party we communicate with. So what should we do? Sorry. So what should we do for this? We have start the interaction with good intention. It's the first dogma, maybe, with ethics, goodwill, good intention. And then read well and give prior do not give prior justification. So be careful with your finger. And then write the appropriate experience and expertise. And trying to understand, if I said before, the other side. We never know the other side condition. Avoid discussing other parties. And then we can separate public and personal information and respect the privacy of others. I think it is rules, maybe it's a common rules, yeah, should be should we pay attention in order to establish good communication? Thank you, Mas Agus, for the question.
Thank you, Ibu Dian, for the answers. Now the questions for Mr. Ardi Sutedja from Shiva Ananda. The question is the development of regulations in Indonesia fast enough to keep up with technological development, especially in the cybersecurity?
Thank you, Bu Shiva, for the question. Yeah. From my smile, I think you can guess that I don't think the regulation or the regulatory capabilities and thought can keep up with the pace of the technology growth in Indonesia or the world. But this is an issue which is not only happening in Indonesia, but it is happening throughout the world, because technology now have outpaced our capability to anticipate what can happen. Yeah, that's why I keep mentioning on my early presentation that it's very important to look at various issues from the helicopter view. Otherwise, if you are going to regulate something without having an clear understanding to look at the issue from above, you will not be able to understand what is there to regulate. This is what's happening with most countries, that always the regulator, they come with the policy, it's always not matching with the current development of the technology itself. So this is a problem for all of us, yeah. Not only Indonesia, it's happening, everywhere in the world. So we have to keep pace. We have to keep up with the development. We keep up the discussion that we're now going through, through the academic forum like this. This is the most important way to keep up with issues and also technology.
Thank you, Mr. Ardi Sutedja, for the answers. And we have the next questions for Ibu Dian Budiarko. The question is from Dennis Wijaya. How does social presence influence communications behaviors? Ibu.
Yeah, thank you, Mas Dennis Wijaya. How does social presence influence communication behavior? Yes. In face-to-face interaction, if we talk about social presence theory, it's all social signs are present together in communication process. So we know each other about social signs, our gesture, our situation, social signs, our environment. Interaction to social media. Social presence is the theory that try to replace the our present in the communication. Social signs are not entirely able to follow the communication process. So we can change the behavior through the communication, through the computer-mediated communication, virtual. We have to aware about the I mentioned before from the first question, appropriate with the rule of the communication in digital era. Because social presence theory discuss how to see the physical differences produced by various media variation, such as face-to-face. But social presence theory said the communication through the media, virtual communication, same with the face-to-face communication. Is it can change or can change communication behavior? Yes, we can change it by the attitude to the communication, our communication. As I mentioned before, that we as a senior, as a parent, as a I think is we as a a part of our community, we have to try to use the social media. We try to took the communication properly, so we can change the communication. We can change the behavior. I think this is my answer. I hope you can understand about what I mean. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Dian. And the next question is for Mr. Ardi Sutedja. The question is from Husni Akbar. Now in the social media era, especially in the pandemic time, we have a problem with people mistrusting public authority in general. What is your opinion on this?
Sorry, thank you, Pak Husni, for a good question. Yeah, this is actually nothing to hide. This is the truth. This is the truth. Why now it's becoming a problem for everybody to understand, because again, Budian was mentioning earlier that we have not built our capabilities to communicate properly. Yeah, we communicate without realizing it, without understanding the actual condition, what is happening to majority of the people that we're going to address, how we're going to communicate. We are now facing a pandemic, of course. Psychological impact to majority of people are not at the stage where everybody is at their most receptive. Yeah, that's why it's very very important when you try to communicate to understand what are you facing, what is the reality that you are facing. Otherwise, you are communicating with something which is not there. In bahasa ya, kita berkomunikasi tanpa kita mengetahui apa yang akan kita komunikasikan kepada siapa. Ya. So if we don't understand all these metrics, we don't do our research, yeah, then you're going to have problems, which is now happening with us. This is a very classical problem, and I agree with Husni. It is becoming a public distrust issue now. So it is for us, in the professional community, in the academic community, how to correct this, and to set an example how to convey a clear message. So this is something that like the title of this discussion, opportunity. It's an opportunity for us, who's able to look from the other side to correct, to adjust, what has been correctly perceived by people trying to communicate with the audience. So it's a time to correct. And again, this is something that we must do together in order to understand what we are actually facing. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the next question is for Ibu Dian Budiargo from Ariel. Ariel is from UMB Jakarta. The question is, there are two questions here. The first question is, what communication issues should be considered when working in culturally diverse environment? The second question is, how could communication challenges be solved in a multicultural organizations? Ibu.
Ya, terima kasih Bu Ariel. Thank you for the good question. Talk about communication should be considered when working in cultural diverse environment. As I mentioned before, the communication is contextual. So each communication is with different place, it's different context. So, sorry. So we have aware about the community as can be referred to as an ecosystem. Ecosystem is include all of component inside in ecosystem, in community. So each communication process must occur in a specific culture or specific context. It cannot be taken out of this context. So we have to know about the intercultural communication, how to know the other party who communicate with us. It's very important. So, if we know atau if we learn about the intercultural communication, we have to learn about the other culture, because if we know the other culture, we know with who we are communicate. And then the second question, how could communication challenge be solved in multicultural organization? I think, the answer is same. We have to know about the other culture. I think this is my short answer. Thank you, Mas Daniel. Sorry for this.
Okay, Bu, thank you. Thank you very much for the answer, Ibu. Thank you very much, our distinguished speakers, for your answer, for your response. It is very meaningful for all of us who present in this seminar. Dear participants, colleague, I apologize to you due to the time limitations. We cannot read all of your questions, and as well as we cannot answer all of your questions because of the time limitations. And we would like to say thank you very much for your active participations on this Open Society Conference since morning, until afternoon. And before I close these panel discussions, I would like to invite our distinguished speakers to have a closing statement. Maybe Ibu Dian and Pak Ardi can give like a short closing statement for us.
Pak Ardi, you first.
I think I will leave to you, Bu. First,
Okay.
first.
Thank you, Pak Ardi. All participants, ladies and gentlemen, we can never prohibit or limit the use of technology. By understanding the technology itself and based on understanding of communication ethic and etiquette in interacting, will help to build new habits in interaction in the cyber world. And most importantly, it will also shape a better generation. Thank you.
Yeah, Pak Ardi, it's your turn.
Okay, thank you, Pak Daniel. My short statement is that, we are now embarking on the future of our new generation. So it is very important for all of us to really understand fully about the risk, the impact of the technology. And we need to learn more. We need to discuss more. And unless we are preparing ourselves to understand this, we are going to face more problems for us that we cannot anticipate beforehand. So it is very important that we must learn, and in order to learn, we must learn and do things together. We cannot rely on one single person or entity. We must collaborate in order to achieve our learning goals. And this is what I can convey at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, our distinguished speaker, Ibu Dian Budiarto and Pak Ardi. We come to the end of this panel discussion sessions too. Dear participants, colleagues, and distinguished speakers, we already heard about the great answer and presentations of our distinguished speakers. I can say 5 distinguished speakers are presenting a very excellent materials for us from morning to the afternoons. And we get that insight. Although we cannot meet face to face, but we also can share ideas, thoughts through this communications media. Open Society Conference is in need of persons like us to share informations and ideas about the digital communication and technology under the pandemic COVID-19 pressures. Now, I wish all of you have a good day and wonderful day and healthy vibes. Although under the pressure of the pandemic COVID-19, we must keep safe. We must stay healthy and follow the protocols. I'm Daniel Pasaribu. Would like to say thank you very much. A million thank you to all of you, from Universitas Terbuka to all of distinguished speakers, to participants and colleagues. Now, it's come to the end. I'd like to say thank you again, thank you, and thank you. See you on the next Open Society Conference seminar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon to all of you. Now, I turn the floor to Master of Ceremony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daniel, for leading a very engaging session. So please give a warm applause for all the speakers and the moderator. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for Mr. Ardi, Sutedja, and Dr. Sri Sediyaningsih for sharing with us all the informative session. And we are really happy to have you all here today. Thank you so much. Okay, Excellencies and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to sum up the activities we have already had today, we kindly invite the Vice Dean for Finance and General Affairs, Faculty of Law, Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Terbuka, Dr. Siti Aisyah, to deliver her closing speech and announce the winners of Best Paper and Best Presenter Award. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Siti Aisyah.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ayubi. Your Excellencies, Honorable Speaker, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. First and foremost, I would like to express my appreciation to our distinguished speaker, Professor Alexander Flor, Dr. Normah Mustafa, Mr. Agung Suprio, Mr. Ardi Sutedja, and Dr. Sri Sediyaningsih for their valuable contribution to our conference today. My deepest gratitude goes to all who attended the conference and helped to make it such a successful event. We have reached the end of the third Open Society Conference 2021. Throughout a day event, the issue of digital communication and information ecosystem in the pandemic and post-pandemic era was discussed by the speaker. I hope this conference gives you invaluable experience. Before ending my closing remark, I would like to announce the winner for the Best Paper and Best Presenter Award. The Best Paper Award goes to Dr. Perdamaian Daulay Esos M.Si for the paper entitled Online Learning in Social Adaptation Perspective. And the Best Presenters Award goes to Ms. Widya Rujarama SE M Communication. Congratulations on your achievement. And the committee will contact you for the detailed information. Finally, I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizing committee for running a smooth event. Since the Open Society Conference is an annual event, we look forward to seeing you again in 2022. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. Stay safe and healthy.
Thank you very much for the warm closing speech, Dr. Siti Aisyah. And congratulations to the winners of the awards. We hope all of you could get motivated to create more writings ahead, which surely will be beneficial for yourself and others. Excellencies, distinguished participants, and ladies and gentlemen, no one loves separation, but when there is hello, there is always a goodbye. Now we have come to the end of the conference. We would like to remind you to fill out the feedback form, which link is shared on the Zoom chat box. And for those who are watching from YouTube right now, click the link shared on YouTube comment box, please. This is one of the mandatory conditions to get the certificate. Once again, I remind you all to fill out the feedback, which link will be shared on the Zoom's chat box and YouTube comment box. Dear ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the conference committees, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude and appreciation to you all for your active support and participation in the third Open Society Conference. Now, before we all leave, please stay a little while and turn your camera on because we're going to take a group photo through Zoom. So please, my colleagues and operators, are we ready to take the picture together?
Okay, so let's start from the first slide first. I will count 1, 2, 3. So Miss Irfa, you need that. Okay, thank you. So I'll count. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, now the next slide. Please don't forget to turn on your camera. Okay. Where there are still some people who hasn't turned off the camera. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And the third slide. So please open your camera. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And next is the fourth slide. 1, 2, 3. And the last slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, all done, Miss Ayubi.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have done the first session, although we cannot feel the flash right now, but we did have it. So that's good. We greatly hope to see you all again next year physically without the fear of COVID-19 anymore. So please stay safe, healthy, and happy always. That's what matters the most. Let's work together on getting back on normal life. Once again, thank you very much and see you next year. Sampai jumpa.
Terima kasih Pak Ardi, Bu Dian, Pak Agung.
Terima kasih Mbak Sediyaningsih, sukses semua, sehat semua.
Sukses ya, Bu Dian sehat ya.
Insya Allah. Oke, aku Livia.
Sehat Mbak Dian, sukses ya.
Iya, Ajit, sukses. Gunawan. Yuk, bye.
Ya,
Bye, Mbak Dian.
Terima kasih. Bu Siti itu nggak salah baca tuh.